9 o'clock.
Powdery and
Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. We would like to get started on time. Thank you all for being here. At this time, I will call Jamin Gaddy to the podium for our invocation.
thank you, ma'am. Let us pray. Father, once again, we just bow before you and just say thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. Father, as you know, we are gathered here to conduct the business for the upcoming year. Father, I just pray that you'll be with each and every one of the speakers. May he or she have clear speech with understanding. Father, I pray for the commissioners and other leaders. Lord, just be with them, allowing them the discernment and understanding of what's being presented. Father, thank you for the many blessings that you bestow upon Davie County and its citizens. And Father, I just pray that you'll be with each and every one of us in the upcoming few days. Lord, I just pray that your protection for each and every one of us, as no matter what comes our way, we know that we'll be in your hands. And it's all of this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jamin, for that. I would like to call Derek Wald to the podium to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Derek. At this time, I will look to Mr. Vogler for our ethics and conflicts disclosure.
Madam Chair, I notice that the agenda I have in front of me does not have any voting elements to it. Therefore, we can waive the conflicts disclosure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So now it is time for us to adopt our agenda, which is the schedule of the department presentations. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? All right. All right, Mr. Barnett, thank you very much. Get us started.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Today, we have a good long amount of presentations. Everything is up here on the podium, so it's nice. We don't have to stop and reload. So we are going to try to keep this thing moving along. We know we have some schedules that we had to be mindful for today. What you're going to hear is a preview primarily with the general fund. Of course, Johnny Lambert's going to talk to us about public utilities as well. We always give you a little snapshot of what to expect on the health insurance side. Each department has a presentation ready to go. Brad's going to jump more into the capital improvement and our facility needs. We have asked all our departments that have a facility or capital item, if you have any questions, they're here to answer any specifics. We're going to round out the day talking a little bit about fire funding going into the budget, and then we always like to give you some time for any open discussion of anything that you may want to include or you may have want to elaborate on what you heard today. Please keep in mind, we did start this off with a set of pre-budget meetings. I have provided you some documents this morning. One of those does have a breakdown of some notes from those meetings. We are early in the budget process. January is somewhat early for us. We know we got a long road ahead to get to a final decision in June. We did move our education partners to February as part of our work session. They typically come present. Thought that for sake of time, it'd be easier to do it then than trying to cram it in today. Please be mindful between now and the end of April, new items or changes may occur. Things break, we get new information, so there may be some things that'll be slightly different by the time we get to the end. We also know we have several unknowns. We typically don't get our health insurance increase. We typically don't get our retirement increase until late March, early April. So we have some placeholders that we play around with, but we don't know what those final numbers are going to look like. And then I think just as you all know, in your own personal life, everything has a cost. So we're not really going to dive deep into cost today as much, but just know that ultimately, I mean, nothing's cheap anymore. That being said, let's get started, and I'll take a liberty unless you have a question for me. I think Robin's up next.
Good morning.
Morning.
So first, this morning, we want to talk a little bit about revenues. The way we start to build the budget is by reviewing some history and looking at trends that we might want to notice. So here is a portion of the report that I present to you every month. So this is the revenue section comparing year-to-date December to year-to-date December last year. And as you can see, the majority of the $8.4 million that we have over last year is due to property tax. We have some collection percentages. So at the end of December, this fiscal year, our collection percentage was 75% versus about 73% last year. And we have updated numbers through January the 5th, which was the date before interest starts. That percentage increased to 90%, and last year at the same time it was about 86.8%. So we'll talk a bit more in detail about sales tax, but right here on this slide, this represents the sales tax associated with this fiscal year. And, you know, I've been saying for months it's flat, but right now we're looking at about a 4 to 5% increase over the prior year. So for intergovernmental, what that represents is our interlocal agreements with our towns, as well as federal and state grants. So there's some differences in timing of those and just differences in amounts. Like some grants come up, different amounts, or some are there and some are new. So we also had just a difference in the payment timing for some of our interlocal agreements, especially for the Sheriff's Office services. So we're monitoring interest rates. Right now, interest rates are lower than they were at this point last year. On one of our main accounts, we're getting 3.75% versus 4.42 on the same month last year. So we're taking a look at that and trying to do our best to project interest. And as far as miscellaneous income, that includes our vehicle financing, and we borrowed about $270,000 more this fiscal year than we did in the last one. Since this is to focus on revenues, I do have the expenditures, and again, a lot of this is just timing of entries and timing of payments. The general government difference is mostly just due to the timing of entries for the fire fund. So right now, at the end of December, we have $1.7 million more than we did at that same time last fiscal year. Do y'all have any questions so far?
One question.
Yes.
When we passed the budget back prior to July, the budget at that point was like 93 million and something. Is the reason it's 95? I mean, it's gone up because of discovery of some revenues or what?
Most of the changes in the budget are due to grants that run over a fiscal year. So some of our grants, especially in health, domestic violence, those types of agencies, don't run the same fiscal year as we do. So a lot of that is carryover from the prior year and that kind of thing. That's the majority of it. So moving on, this shows sales and use tax collections from the month of July through November. These don't exactly tie to what I have as sales tax because we record some of that sales tax has to do with the prior fiscal year. But this just looks at July through November for the last 4 fiscal years. So as you can see, 22-23 as compared to the previous fiscal year was a 14% increase. Then we went to an 8% increase. Then last fiscal year, in those 5 months, it was pretty flat, just a small decrease. But right now, what we're looking at from July through November, comparing it to last fiscal year, is about a 4% increase. So we're keeping an eye on that to see if, if there's going to be more increases or if we still want to budget flat for that. I know we've been very conservative in our budgeting for sales tax. Do you have any questions about that?
Not about that particularly, but the revenues over expenses,
Yes.
1.7 million. If we extrapolate that out, then are you projecting, and I know we're halfway in now, basically, are you projecting fund balance? I mean, we were flat in terms of what we said we were going to put in fund balance, but we're over here at 1.7 million. So
Right, and that's not really unusual this time of year. You know, you start to get a little bit better picture, you know, in January going on. You know, I don't want to say it's still too soon to tell, but, you know, 1.7 is probably not where we're going to end up at.
well, the reason I asked the question is, unfortunately for our taxpayers, many of them, they saw a major increase in their tax bills. So the issue of the amount of revenue that comes in property taxes would indicate to me that we should have some level of, because I don't think we've budgeted to spend everything we bring. Does that make sense to you?
No,
That there
correct,
should be
yes.
some,
Right.
there should be some movement in terms of fund balance just on that alone, because it was significant.
Yes, but the way that we had budgeted fund balance, the fund balance appropriated, which was the difference between the revenues and expenditures, was we tried to be pretty close to where we were in prior fiscal years.
Yes.
So yeah, you know, we were trying to be close to where we were, knowing that it, you know, the closer that we budget revenues and expenditures, the less there would be left to put in fund balance.
Well, I would like to, here's something I would like to see before our February meeting. I'd like to look at a historical trend of fourth quarter spending and see what as a percentage of budget and a raw dollar figure, what is spent historically in that quarter leading up to year end. What we, I don't want a terrible line item. I would like to know, you know, what we're spending it on, how much historically we spend, and just kind of see what that looks like.
So you
okay?
want it like grouped like salaries and other operating and capital by
Capital,
department?
yeah, salaries,
How
if you
far
can.
back do you want to go?
I would think 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah.
5 years? Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Now, keep in mind, we do have a spending cutoff that we usually have been set in the past couple of fiscal years in mid-April. So, you know, yeah, I mean, that's trying to kind of
Yeah.
necessary to do. Not that all spending stops because, you know, you still have things you've got to pay for, so.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference in necessity and
Yes.
spending to spend because we have money left in our line item. So, you know,
Sure.
I'd just like to see it.
Sure, we can get that for you, no problem.
I'd like to say again on the thing that Robin was explaining, and I don't want to mis-explain anything, the 90, you know, where we have some grant money carry over. For the good of the commissioners, I'm not an accountant. Thank goodness I got one here to my right and y'all. But I'm trying to wrap my head around when we do a budget, we make revenues and expenditures equal. I'm not, that's always been the case, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that being said, if we started out and what we budgeted that we want to spend was 93.3 or whatever, and then now we're at 95.3 because of grant funds or whatever rolling forward, then why, not from a balancing a budget standpoint, but why would it be incumbent upon us now if we really only needed to spend 93 to then spend 95? If we budgeted for 93 in expenditures, not from a balancing standpoint, but I'm just trying to follow that.
I don't think we would spend 95 necessarily. I mean, if, just as the math went through, I mean, under that set of facts, we would have something coming back to fund balance to the I think, the overarching point here. So, but we budget to spend 93, we'll spend 93. I mean, thereabouts. But the request that Commissioner Jones made in the fourth quarter, Robin, when you're looking at this, some of the stuff that our departments are committed to, they are contractual. So they will not get, they're not discretionary, they're contractual. So they will get spent in the fourth quarter, but they're backloaded with some expenses in the fourth quarter. So I think that distinction needs to be made when you're doing the analysis. But based on this versus what we budgeted, yeah, I mean, there should be something coming back to fund balance unless there's some unforeseen expense that we don't know about.
Right, and a lot of these changes to budget, again, are grant related. So, you know, with a grant, you go into a contract saying, these are what I'm gonna spend these grant funds on. So a lot of that is, you know, as Commissioner Reniger said, contractually obligated, right? And then, you know, just as a reminder, anything that changes revenues or, you know, that's not a budget transfer between expense accounts comes before the board for approval. So all of those budget amendments that you see every month on the consent agenda are what makes up the difference between the original and what you see here as the revised.
And there was information that you had sent us yesterday.
Yes.
And basically, I think, you know, that kind of addresses the fact that grant funding that obviously we want people to utilize. It needs to be utilized first, in my mind. And, you know, you've got capital expenditures within the context of the budget that, for whatever reason, the project gets put off or gets paid in the fourth quarter is one thing. I think I'm saying some of the same things, but that was kind of, you know, I'm the one that asked that question, and I want to make sure that, you know, we're capturing what's accurate to capture, because some of the expenditures are backloaded. But then I think the key is, if expenditures aren't necessary, you know, I'll just come right out and say it. We're really trying to discourage last minute spending sprees. And I don't know, you know, so that's what.
Yeah, and I can speak real quick on your question about going from 93 to 95. In North Carolina, all local governments have to have a balanced budget. So if we get awarded $1 million grant, we have to show that $1 million on the expense side and the revenue side. We can't show it on one side of the equation. Also, from a budget standpoint, our budget is an operating plan. It's not really spending. It is to cover us for the whole year. So in a lot of cases, we're trying to anticipate in next March. So yes, we do have monies that fall back to fund balance from time to time. But I would rather have a little higher number and not need to spend it than have to come back to you and ask you for a little bit. And that's what we try to do when we're doing the budget. So typically, your budget compared to your actual spending at the end of the year look different because of that.
And about $500,000 of that difference is related to encumbrances. It was things that we ordered last year and they didn't come in, and so we carried those forward.
And I think when we're concerned about a spending spree, I know we don't do the carryover anymore, but I mean, we don't want departments to just spend their budget down because it's left over. I liked the carryover. I thought that was beneficial to some departments, especially when they have big ticket items. But you know, we don't want to just spend it just to spend it, because we know we have some needs that are arising in the next few years. We're really going to have a lot of pressures on our system.
And I can tell you, it's not spending to spend. The department directors will tell you, because everything they want to do after mid-April, they have to get us to approve it outside of our ongoing. You know, if we're paying a monthly cell phone bill, they don't have to send that to us to get approved. But any projects they have not done yet, or anything that breaks, we have to approve it that last quarter before they can spend it. And we do that on both sides, the general fund and the utility fund.
So have we gotten several, like, new grants that we haven't gotten before this year?
We have gotten a few, we've gotten a grant over at the Center for Violence Prevention for some building improvements. We've also gotten an increased amount on the community paramedic grant, that EMS Bridge Mat grant.
I knew about
Those are just a few, off the top of my head that I know about that are new. But, a lot of it, a lot of them are ongoing. Going up $2 million at this point in time is not something that's really been like an anomaly this year. That's something that happens every year.
And part of that too was what we had budgeted for the equipment, financing
Yes.
was lower than.
Right. So when we go into budget, we try to count the number of vehicles that are gonna wind up and approved, that kind of thing, and a lot of that is just, until you get into the closing date, you don't know the exact amount. So there was a bit of a difference there too, so. I think we budgeted a good bit lower than what we actually wound up borrowing, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
I got a question about sales tax, but I don't know if you're asking about this or,
We can go to sales tax if that's what.
well, I wasn't sure what the chairman was.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So has anything happened legislatively with sales tax, or is this increase we would attribute to the consumer spending money that they may not have?
As far as I know, it is just the, consumer behavior and the way all of the portions, the articles of sales tax flow to us.
Okay, thank you.
But you said it's right now that, what's the difference, about 100 and, you showed
Yeah,
it
right
on
now,
another slide.
again, we're looking at what we've booked so far is 3.9. So we don't book all of July to November. Some of it's from the prior year. So it's about $190,000. That difference is about 4 to 5%. You can see in the past couple of months, when you look at it monthly, that the past couple of months has been rising. Because the early months, it was definitely very, very flat, like nothing to see here, like very much close to the same number.
You think any of that's attributed to, at least some, to Christmas spending?
It might be, but again, you have Christmas spending, not through November.
Right.
Yeah, so we
That's
wouldn't
right,
have seen
yeah.
that. We always see a bump, every year once we get those December sales. Yeah, so
Nobody's shopping that early.
if they shop early, some folks, it's getting earlier and earlier, it feels like, so. So that's what we're looking at for sales tax as far as trends go. This is my last slide. So again, what we do with budget is we review history, some of that we've talked about today, and trends. So what we're doing right now is we're reviewing our current fee schedule to make sure that everything is appropriate and our estimates are accurate. And just as a reminder, we include the fee schedule as a schedule and budget that we ask the board to approve. So you'll see those coming up. Also, a topic of conversation is the penny production has ceased. I'm sure you've been in stores that have signs about pennies and that kind of thing. So we're kind of evaluating what we're supposed to do about this. Some possibilities are setting up fee schedules to calculate everything at the nearest nickel, rounding to the nearest penny, and developing a policy that we would be very transparent and post those kinds of things so folks will know what's happening with pennies. But these possibilities might not work for the tax department because we have to calculate those bills to whatever it calculates to. So just keep that in mind. That's something that we're talking about as staff on how best to approach it. And again, there might be uncertainties in the world economy that we'll keep an eye on to see if it has any effect on, local businesses or anything like that, any effect on our tax base or anything like that. So do you all have any other questions? Not, keep moving.
Thank you, Robin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all for this opportunity to talk to you this morning about our budgets. Just wanted to briefly talk to you about health insurance. Unfortunately, as you all know, health insurance rates don't seem to go down anymore. We had some years where our health insurance rates stayed flat. We were very fortunate when those years occurred. But we haven't had those years in several years now, unfortunately. We've had, obviously, high claims. I think the biggest one that's up there is so true is the brand name prescriptions. They just seem to be more and more costly. The ones that have really been, the ones that are mostly on my radar right now are the weight loss drugs. They seem to be the ones that are very popular. You see them always being advertised on TV, and the prescriptions are, that line of our increase is one of the biggest parts of it is the prescriptions. And just to briefly mention, we've been self-insured since 2015, and the number of insured since 2015, as in our numbers of employees, has increased over those years as well. I unfortunately expect that our health insurance rates will rise again for this coming fiscal year. We haven't changed our plan. Oh my gosh, I don't even know, at least over 10 years at least, the plan has stayed as it is. Any questions on that slide?
Can I ask you a brief question about your point about brand name prescriptions? Are they covered the same under the health plan as generic?
As in the cost to the employee? No. No, the generics are at zero, especially if they're going to foster drug, there's zero cost to the employee. But if they're a brand name, they're paying a tiered cost to them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
On a positive note, we don't expect that there's going to be a great increase to our dental. I do think there's going to be a slight increase to dental, but I don't believe there'll be any increases to any of the other ancillary plans at all. That's it.
Stacy, do you even have a guess as to maybe what percentage you might increase? I know you can't.
I'd hate to give you a real good guess, but my guess is it'll be double digits. I don't expect it's going to be a single digit increase. I think it'll be higher than that.
So, okay.
Unfortunately, our claims that we've seen they've been quite high this year.
So, and the cost is approximately, and I know this is different according to family and all that, but our general cost that we budget for is approximately $11,000 for an employee. And we've got, right now, what's our head count? Right around 400. I'm not asking for specifics. So that's $4,400,000. So if it's 10%, then that's another 444,000. Just, okay. That's 15, and that's another 600 and some thousand. And this is really not directed at y'all because y'all have not done anything. We've kind of dropped the discussions about the HSA stuff. So this is directed at the group in general. Are we at a point, I'm kind of asking this rhetorically and we can talk about it later, are we at a point that that's something that we need to look into because of what kind of savings can be realized with that? Because, just want to throw that out there. This is not a debate. Nobody's dropped the ball. Nobody's done that. We kind of put that on pause. But with the kind of increases we're seeing, I know there's a lot of cost savings that can be realized, and we want to ensure the employees best we can. But it's starting to be that thing between balance and head count and benefits and everything else. So just wanted to throw that out there.
The clinic, the employee health clinic, are we seeing consistent use of that? That was part of the way we were going to reduce claims because non-catastrophic things would go through the clinic.
Yes.
So we're still seeing consistent use of that.
As far as I understand, yes.
Yeah, we had some numbers the other
Suzanne,
day.
but I believe it's being used. It's being used for pre-employment. It's being used for workers' comp as well. If someone is injured during working hours and it's something that the clinic can see, those folks go there as well. In addition to, staff who are here, they can go there. Any of our staff members can go there. So.
And I'll tell you guys, just to put it out there, it's your more serious conditions. If we get one or two employees with a serious condition or an employee's dependent with a serious condition, you know, that really has more of an impact, a long-term on our cost.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that we're seeing continued use of the clinic.
Yes, sir.
Part of our plan still has embedded where there's employee responsibility as far as trying to be healthy, as far
Yes.
as getting the checkups, and I don't remember what the trigger.
Health risk assessment? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, they,
5 miles a week's off, but I'm not sure what else is.
yes, they are, we asked them to do that and asked them to comply with that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Stacy. Miss Karen?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not gonna move far.
Okay.
Right now, I don't anticipate anything. I haven't heard from you guys that there's anything that we need. If there is, just let me know as far as, you know, personnel or any, travel expenses or anything like that. But right now, I don't have anything unless you guys can think of anything that I need to add or that we need to include or take away for that.
Okay. Anyone have any questions or comments for Karen? Thank you, Karen.
From the manager's office, couple things that we want to go into this budget process looking at. We haven't had a new strategic plan since 2017. Something that we might want to look at and consider moving forward. You know, big question I get asked is, where do we want to be? What do we want to grow up and be? And I think having a strategic plan for the whole county might be something that might help point us in that direction. We are looking at a particular type of software. I think Paul's also going to talk about this in recreation, called Pacer AI. It is software that would allow us the ability that when we have programs and events and things going on in the county, we can take an actual look to see, are we touching Davie County folks, or where are our people coming from to attend these programs and events? And then lastly, at the manager's office, some feedback that we got during our pre-budget meeting. Right now, we have our vacant risk manager position. Right now, that's in the finance. I think it may be more beneficial for a county perspective when the opportunity oversight from the manager would also help enhance our safety program that we're trying to implement here in the county. Other than that, don't have anything else from the county manager's office. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
The AI, what would it be doing? Would it be forecasting, or what exactly, or is it
So,
for us?
on everybody's phone, there's some app that you have downloaded and you probably didn't read the fine print. And that app basically gives companies like Pacer AI the ability to track you. And so if I know in a lot of our conversations about, let's just say, concerts, you know, hey, how many people are our concerts reaching a wider audience in Davie County? We'd be able to know that. The funny thing is, the technology is there in its own right now. So even as we were demonstrating and getting demos from this company, they were pulling up events at the senior center. They were pulling up events at the library. So we had events. People came as far as Cary. We had people from South Carolina coming to events. It just allows us an opportunity to see what kind of real impact. And it's in your phone. We all probably have some app that allows them that ability.
So what kind of cost would this?
It is a population cost. I'll have to get it again from the rep. This was we love it when we get demos in August and we're like, we just put a budget together. We're not gonna add anything new, so I'd have to go back and get those numbers, but I can get it to you. But it would be whether you put it in the manager's office or whether you split it up between our departments that have programs. It's based on our population.
I mean, I guess it's okay to have that knowledge, but it's not really gonna change how we do things. So if it's a tremendous amount of money, I don't see why it would really be necessary, because whoever's gonna come is gonna come. But, so that cost would be a huge decision maker for me.
One thing that it could do though is, right now, all of our, the taxes that we pull in from like we can show that our own events are bringing people, tourism, bringing people in, it might be a way for us to say, we could keep part of that money ourselves. Maybe, I mean, but you really need to be able to prove that you're providing the tourism.
Right. Well, and there again, that, the cost of the program didn't override what that benefit would be, so, okay.
Any other questions? If not, I'll drive it for you if you want.
Next slide. I think that speaks for everything. There's no changes here. The only thing that we have, there has been a mandate change there at the end that deals with court cost having been paid through the e-court system now, and we've talked to finance on that as far as how to allocate that between whatever department that is, such as if I'm filing something on behalf of environmental health, then environmental health, it'll be budgeted back to that department as far as the court costs, not the legal fees and all, but just as far as court costs itself. But that's something that the e-court system has driven, not us.
Okay.
That's an extra $250 per.
Yeah. It depends whether you file it in district court or superior court. In certain cases, it has to be filed in superior, and certain has to be filed in district.
I want to go back to a statement that you just made, Cindy. Okay, I would like to see the last 5 years, how much money in the revenue that you just talked about that goes to the Chamber of Commerce. Just be the raw dollars that were sent to them. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ed? Thank you, Ed.
Hello, it's me again. I'll be much briefer than I was before. I don't anticipate any major changes in the finance department budget at this time. I don't have any additional requests, no capital, and no mandate changes that I know of right now.
Thank you, Robin.
And I'm back again. Okay. Unfortunately, unlike Robin and Ed, somehow I got to that one. That's not the one I expected to see. We do have a statute change that came up this fiscal year with background checks for people who work with children. Unfortunately, I expect our line item, which is not a huge line item, but it is going to affect that budget line item about double it. Let me go back to the previous slide. Sorry about that. Wanted to just mention briefly the achievements that we've had over this past year with the health fair, restaurant and ice cream vouchers, the years of service awards program, and the holiday luncheon. You know, employees seem to really appreciate that. We get lots of compliments as well as comments on that, so we hope to keep continuing offering those things in the future. We would love to do more things, but we know that there's, you know, a budget to keep in mind, so we won't be requesting an additional staff member, but just know that we won't be able to achieve other great things because we don't have the additional help. And really just wanted to thank you all for what you do. Thank you for the budget that you've given us in the past, and ask for a slight increase in that budget. We do spend it as frugally as we possibly can. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So, we're gonna move Tony to this afternoon. There's a project underway this morning that he needed to be part of.
All right, Miss Colleen.
All right, good morning. For cooperative extension, we have no anticipated changes for the upcoming year. So that's all I have, if you have any questions.
Colleen, thank you so much for what you do. We really appreciate it. You're one of our silent heroes. You just go about your business and do your job and
We
do
enjoy
it
the
very
work.
well.
Thank you. We enjoy the work we do, and we thank you all for your support in being able to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, and please excuse me, I have to head to the Senior Expo.
Yes, ma'am. Melissa?
All right. Thanks for having me this morning. I do want to let you know that our voting equipment, the internal batteries are due to be replaced. There's one, the 5-year, that's supposed to be replaced this year, and then the 8-year should be replaced in 2028. But they're suggesting we do it in 2027. So they're going to do it, or could do it, during our yearly maintenance. Batteries, you would think, would be pretty inexpensive, but this is large.
I'm sure.
Have any questions?
When you say-
How large?
Yeah. We have a price tag of $34,346. And that's all I have. Any other questions?
That's for total battery replacement.
That's for all the
34
batteries.
what now?
$34,346. I wanted to make you aware of that. But that's all I have.
Question, I mean, I know you didn't say it, but any statutory changes that you see might create an unintended expense?
So one thing that we do want to keep in mind is we only have 3 days now to investigate provisional ballots. Each provisional ballot probably takes around 20 minutes. About 20 minutes. We had 360 in the last election. There's no way we're going to get those done in 3 days. Leslie and I worked from the day after election through the weekend till that Wednesday, getting all the provisionals investigated. There could be some expense to bring in other people to help us at least do the data entry, and then Leslie and I could do the investigation behind each provisional. So staff could be an increase in cost.
So did that get finalized, that it's gotta be
It
within
is,
3 days?
yes, last January.
Okay. Was there some talk about switching it back to, or making it be more time than 3?
Possibly till Monday
Okay.
instead of Friday.
Gotcha. That's all.
Yes, but right now we're still at Friday.
Anyone else? Thank you, Melissa. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Derek?
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. So I'm going to go over just a couple of things with our needs for the library. Before I start, I would like to say that after discussion with our Board of Trustees, these were the expenses that we wanted to request for the library. So the first one is a capital improvement and facilities. We're looking at trying to get the roof inspected and a possible replacement. The last time the roof was done, Ruth Hoyle had mentioned that it was in the mid-90s when the new roof was put on, so we may be due for a new roof. We've also had some changes in our library, which has exposed some areas where we need new carpet. There's a lot of mismatch. There's also some areas where there's areas of the carpet that's actually missing. And we've had the carpet cleaned multiple times, but it's getting to the point now where just even cleaning it, it's leaving a lot of dirt and gringe and unsightly spots in the library. And the interior wall paint remodel, it's been a long time since the interior has been repainted. This would really help to spruce it up and make it look a lot nicer for our community members. I do not have the estimated costs right now. Brad and I had met to discuss those, and I do believe he has them for his presentation. And then for our Coolme branch, I wanted to start by saying that some of these issues that I'm going to bring up is just some of what we did a survey over the summer. And these were some of the areas that we received from our community members. One of the things that they talked about was trying to extend the hours of the library at the Coolme branch. Currently, we're open from Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We close for lunch for an hour, reopen at 1 p.m., and then close at 5 p.m. So some of the issues that we've had with that is we're leaving out a lot of our community members that work that would like to go to the library, but unfortunately we don't have the time available to keep the doors open. We don't have the staff to keep the doors open until later. Some of the things that we've talked about was trying to extend, with the Board of Trustees, we've talked about extending the library hours to be open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., shut down for an hour, then open back up at 1 p.m. and close at 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then Friday keep the hours the same. And then also trying to open up on Saturday so that way we can have some of the community members come in during the weekends. In order to be able to do this, we would need to have 2 part-time library assistants. The cost for that is approximately $38,000 for 2 part-time employees. I've also looked at the cost for a full-time employee. The full-time employee is about $36,000, but that's without including the benefits for the full-time staff member. The advantage of having the 2 part-time library assistants would be that we could have 2 staff members there for safety reasons, but also being able to help out with multiple members that we anticipate community members coming to the library and using the library. We'd also have to look at new furniture and shelving units. Some of the furniture that we have has been there for a very long time, and the shelving there as well. Some of the issues that we've run across, and I've mentioned before in previous meetings with you all, is we've had a lot of issues with mold in the current building. We have to throw out roughly 10% of the books due to mold issues. And we anticipate that with the furniture and shelving units that we have there, we're going to, because it's older, we're going to see some, once we move those items, we're going to see mold on those as well. So one of the concerns that we have is trying to make sure that the new building that we have, we try to keep it as clean and mold-free as possible, so that way we're not transferring moldy materials to a new building. And also with the books, as I said before, we roughly have to discard about 10% of the books that we have there. I had Joe go there over the summer. He looked through a lot of the books, and 10 to 15% is what we found for the books with mold in them that we had to discard. So the cost of that, we have approximately 2,700 books in our collection at the Coolmie branch. At approximate 10% loss, books can range between 25 to 35 per book. We are also having to increase the processing fee for our lost items and damaged items because we have the new RFID tag systems. Those tags cost approximately $5 per tag. So we're looking at approximately $40 at most for books to be replaced. And at 10%, we're looking at about 270, almost 300 books, and that cost would be approximately $11,000.
Is that just the book replacement or or is that any other books involved, or is that the total for everything you're talking about?
That's just for the books.
That's what I meant, but that's incorporating books totally. Like, this is not like an additional purchase of new books. It's the
No, this is not an addition to new books. It's just trying to replenish the books that we have lost due to mold issues. We don't have any anticipation of any new laws affecting the library. Any of the laws that have been passed has been handled through our IT system because it's mostly been about removing inappropriate information on databases. So we don't anticipate any cost to that, any additional cost for new laws and mandates. And do I have any questions at this time?
How many employees do you have at Coolmie at this time?
We have, so all of our employees that we have working at the Moxville Library will go back and forth between Moxville to Coolmie.
Okay.
We have approximately 13 part-time staff members that will go back and forth from Coolmie. I'm sorry, no, that's not correct. We have approximately 6 staff members that go from Moxville to the Coolmie branch.
So you have 13 altogether and 6 of them go back and forth?
Yes, that's correct.
No full-time at Coolmie?
We do have some full-time staff members at the Moxville branch that will go to the Coolme branch as well, just to cover some of the hours that we have.
But, so you don't really have any employee that is definitely,
No, we
Fit
have
for the
no
Coolme
dedicated,
branch. No
yeah, we
dedicated,
have no
okay.
dedicated staff members to Coolme.
okay. Anyone else have anything for Derek? Okay, thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us the time to speak this morning. I want to start by saying that creativity is thinking up new ideas, whereas innovation is doing new things. What you see today is not just creative window dressing. It's a focus on what are the right challenges, finding the appropriate solutions to those challenges, and implementing the best ones. So forecasted the new and noteworthy, some things that our team has been working on to look at for the upcoming fiscal year. First, Placer AI. Just to give you a little bit of extra information on that, the straightforward answer to what Placer AI is that it gives our agency and our organization clear data-driven insights into foot traffic and visitor behavior so we can move to a more smarter and planning and economic decisions. A more an impact-focused statement may be that it turns real-world movement into actionable insights that will help our agency and our organization plan and invest more effectively. A public sector-oriented statement may be that it provides privacy-safe location analytics that help our agency and organization understand how people use places, enabling better policy and infrastructure decisions. And then the more concise and persuasive may be that it shows how people actually move within our community, giving our agency and organization evidence to make more confident partnership and sponsorship decisions. So I've had a chance to look at 3 different agencies, not just from a park and recreation standpoint, but multi-agency standpoint, to look at how they're using this data. And when looking at the cost for their population, they match that. Well, what's the policy decisions? What are the sponsorship recurring revenue opportunities that they have because they have Placer AI? I could extrapolate some data, just for example, from our concerts, and visit a few of our retail places and say, hey, these are where people are coming from. This is how long they're visiting your establishment and how much they're spending. We have an opportunity that you may be able to invest back into our community through using this data. So just something that we're looking at. Next, concerts and comedy. So as opposed to our traditional 4-month comedy series, we're looking at changing up a little bit and looking at a 3 musical performance setting and 1 comedy setting. We've been continually been asked to have some diverse genres for performing acts to attract a wider generational audiences. So we're doing that, plus adding the comedy performance can be held indoor and can be a ticketed event. So a little change up there. 2 other things to mention with regards to our outdoor venues is that we're introducing a parking gate fee, which you'll see in a fee schedule, and requiring dedicated personnel for 1 lot and a potential 2. That'd be 2 part-time staff, additional law enforcement, and especially our third-party security to handle the parking detail. A lot is still at a high level. We're meeting to discuss the plans for that moving forward and how we maybe do that most effectively. And also, second part of that, our team is also working with emergency services personnel to enact a compensation structure for our concerts for the fiscal year and beyond. Next, what's most prized is our America's 250th anniversary, or our Independence celebration. Not just that, but a wider selection, which I'll talk about later on. So traditionally, our Independence celebration is hosted on Saturday, based upon the calendar year, and it's an excellent reminder of why we do this. Because this year July 4th is on a Saturday, we have to budget 25% more. Because anything that you buy or purchase or contractually on a holiday date is more expensive. Also, this year is an IDC year, which is Independent Celebration in addition to America's 250th. During an IDC year, we're also going to have special contracted activities to commemorate or celebrate the 4 pillars of our nation's 250th anniversary. Those 4 pillars are important because we're going to be celebrating that for the remainder of the year, because it's not just July 4th. It's our entire year of commemoration, and it's not just about us. It's about library, it's about art, it's about our other communities, Bermuda Run, Cool Me. How can we best take things that we do, how can we partner to commemorate and celebrate not just part of our American history with American Gives as one pillar, to celebrate and volunteerism and cultural volunteerism. Sharing our American stories. We're going to roll out an opportunity for residents to share their American story and why it's been important to live here in Davie County and why we're a great place to live, work, and play. Also, to educate, engage, unite. Something we're going to talk about next is a community canvas project that's going to bring our community together to unite on one project to be on display for all. And then our founding principles, highlighting our history, our freedom, our equality, justice, and opportunity through exhibitions and educational resources, which we'll be doing that as well. Community Canvas is talked about in conjunction with our National Parks and Recreation Month in July. We're gonna look at creating a community canvas. This is a detailed artwork that is pictured a blank canvas that has numbers. The picture's on there, and you allow your community to come in and take certain paint colors and match those with the numbers so that they can take part in putting together this entire community canvas. We're putting together right now and submitting for this first round Davie Community Foundation grant to help us with material costs with a matching cost from us. So it always looks better when we have skin in the game. And what our hope is our skin in the game is for the framing and installation piece. From here on out, we hope to make this an annual plan during Parks and Recreation Month where our community can celebrate a different canvas every year, and we can take the old canvas off and put the new canvas on and display it for the next year. So a really neat project that has shown some success. We've seen a few samples of this in agencies across the country, and it's a real nice addition to our campus. And that would be would be placed inside our walls, not outside, so we don't have to worry about repainting or restructuring that. Next, volunteer recognition. We develop, train, and utilize over 200 volunteers every year, and they put in over 2,000 hours to our youth and our community and events. That is extraordinary. The term value came up at last Board of Commissioners meeting by Chair Finney, and that caught me. And it got me to think that while we have put together marketing videos that showcase our volunteers, we've never had a volunteer recognition where we bring all of our volunteers under one roof to celebrate them and to make them understand their true value of what they mean in our community. So we're going to be looking to adding that in there. Next, holiday lighting. Wow. At a high level, we're looking at 3 exploratory options to look at holiday lighting experience to celebrate and unite our community. Number one, the first one of those examples is a holiday display within the boundaries of our winterized splash pad. A second option is looking at a holiday trail walk, which we've seen implemented last year in Huntersville, which was a success. Been talking to director there and how successful that program. And the other one, a little less popular, but had to work on it, is a mini holiday drive-through allowing something that, again, at a high level we're looking at. And lastly, something that I've dreamed about since coming here and visiting downtown is looking at a potential Winterfest, a partnership between us and the town of Moxville to look at to introduce an annual Four Corners, Four Countries Winter and Snow Tubing Festival. That the more I keep talking about it and the more I've talked to folks about what would that look like, the more excitement they have on their face. To celebrate different countries each year within the four corners of here and having a snow tube event. Again, more of a partnership, looking at budgets at a high level and seeing what is that option and could we roll something out as early as January, February of 2027. Next, personnel requests. So first, a renewed request, grants and sponsorship manager. Our comprehensive master plan calls for a grants and sponsorship manager or a business manager that functions as taking applications from state, local, federal grant opportunities, applying for those, receiving those, managing those funds, but also appropriating those funds, acquiring at a high level tiered park and event sponsorship system. It's in our comprehensive plan. We've done the mock-up of the job description, had it graded, and it's a goal 4.1 within our comprehensive master plan. This would give us the opportunity to take the time that it takes for what we're currently working on with sponsorship opportunities, place it under one person so that they can go out and truly elicit, not just here in Davie County, but outside of Davie County to look at partnership and sponsorship opportunities for us, as well as those state and federal dollars that we send to the federal government, to the state government, and bring those back to Davie County, which we've done a good job, but we can do even better, I believe, with this request.
Paul?
Yes.
Quick question, and this would be for the commissioners too. I'm in complete agreement with you on that. The one thing that I would just ask if it might be possible, if that type of position could be, we have the Ag Center that we're trying to raise up, and they're going to have a need for the same thing, marketing and searching out of grants. So I would just lay this out as an idea for us in that we might, in some way, you mentioned the word creative, think about how we might could combine those two organizations in some way, shape, or form, because even though you may even have the senior center that has some level of marketing, those kind of things, definitely the Ag Center in your department, I think, would be kind of appropriate for maybe a combined position, which would help with the budgeting of that position.
Absolutely. Just as we visited the Randolph County Complex last week again to see what it looked like, the vision really starts swirling, especially for an outdoor arena. Not only for ag events, ag tourism events, but things that are outside of that realm, events that could be under a covered arena are extraordinary. I've met up with a major CEO in Forsyth County who is very interested, and I can say that he's one of the proprietors of the PBR, of creating that organization from the ground up, and very interested in at least taking a look. And I told him in the appropriate time we'll do that. But I think this is where that position. This is someone who can take that skill set and use it for the betterment of our not just our agency, but our entire organization. So absolutely something we can take a look at. For the new recreation specialist, efficiency, safety, and production, because of new additions and events such as as a new gate and operations, and taking gate, extending our operational fishings, but also something that Derek mentioned with dual staffing is vital for the safety and security of our facility as well as our personnel. It's so important. We've been working on that for the last year and a half, and we have stretched as far as we could possibly go to try and make sure that we have dual staffing. And because with the number of people that come in, we have any number of rentals, the general public, exclusive rentals, splash pad during the season. It is a lot for just one person or to look at. So we try to dual up, whether it's two part-times, a part-time and a full-time, to where we're kind of going back and forth, because we want to make sure that even our full-time are covering some of those hours in the evening that are possible. Developing our young adults in the park and recreation industry is a challenge, but the experience, the soft skills, and leadership that our recreation specialists get are unmatched. Our agency operates 75 hours a week, 3,825 hours annually, or 90% of the year. Prospective average business operates 40 to 45 hours a week, between 2,040 and 2,295 hours annually. So that just kind of puts that in perspective.
Paul, hold on a second.
Oh, am I going forward? Oh, boy. There we go. My bad. There we go. Okay, forecasted capital requests. So first, recurring capital. I want to thank each one of you for staying committed to providing us with a recurring capital outlay. We have a solid rubric that our team and our advisory board work to prioritize every year. And we have put together some great projects. For example, the added gym bleachers, the new splash pad feature, dog park agility equipment, ball field scoreboard, and stadium LED sign. We make use of those dollars, and there's something else that's coming up as well that will go back to this capital outlay. Second is the master plan capital. A lot to unpack here. So going back to this master plan that was adopted on April 1st, 2024, it serves as an essential tool for providing our agency and our organization with a breakdown and priority for capital improvements. One of those major priorities for our capital improvement plan is land acquisition for a Northern District Park. Now, it was in year 2, 2026, so this current fiscal year that we're in wasn't able to happen, but I wanted to bring it back up. Land acquisition or conservation of land is a major priority goal for our future park system and maintaining a part of our rural heritage. The area of land acquisition focuses in the Northern District because it's the backbone of where we need to start. Those areas include the Advanced Bermuda Run, Farmington, Smith Grove area. So, again, that is important that we look at the land acquisition, because as commerce keeps coming down, as we're a suburb outside of Winston-Salem, it's going to keep coming. And if we don't find the land soon, it may be out of reach in the next 5 to 10 years. Next one, a very interesting project. Our comprehensive master plan calls for an outdoor batting cage project. However, after looking, or indoor batting cage project, after looking at the cost, extraordinary cost that would call for, it led our team to explore an outdoor batting cages option with a potential grant funding sources and tying a project together with an ADA resolution and enhancement project. Golly, I did it again. I'm so sorry. I gotta lay off that thing. Yes.
Or in your pocket. Put them in your pocket.
Tie his hands behind his back.
Right. All right, let's try this again. This ties in again a potential another project that you'll hear from General Services Director Mr. Blackwelder. In brief, we have applied for 2 grants: North Carolina Amateur Sports Grant at $10,000, and applying for a Davie Community Foundation grant for $15,000 to help cover a matching portion of the batting cage equipment at cost. The advisory board has ranked this capital outlay project. Right now, it sits number 2, with number 1 getting ready to be completed. This project is likely to go to number 1 in our capital project. So we have the matching funds to have skin in the game that allow both these grants to say, hey, they've got a matching portion. This is a great project that can enhance their park system and their quality of life. Next, also in the comprehensive master plan is a feasibility study, water adventures. Very interesting. So, community feedback has consistently illuminated a sentiment for aquatic facilities as evidenced in the 2014 comprehensive update. While a splash pad was specifically sought after in the 2017 needs assessment, both the 2013 plan and our most recent plan seems to suggest that that sentiment is still a shared vision in our community. So our comprehensive master plan noted that, and the types of aquatic facilities can vary across the state. So I want to stress that. However, it is important to capture the community's niche for an aquatic venture in relation to the goal of developing our destination parks. A proposed feasibility study at $20,000 would give our organization a focus on, number one, what our community truly desires in an aquatic facility, and number two, how those concepts may be developed as one of our future destination parks. And then last but not least,
Paul, I want to interrupt you
Yes,
just
sir.
a second, and I don't know where you're going with this Davie Youth Complex parking improvements, but in your batting cages,
yes, sir.
okay? Many calls I get, and I've attempted to call your department. The citizens of Davie County are not getting access to the baseball, to the softball, baseball field, and I'm going to assume to the batting cages, because a local entity locks up the community field for a large portion of the year. And I have been part of making calls to you guys, and so I'm going to pay close attention to this, because it's not fair to the taxpayers of Davie County not to be able to utilize that field. And you know what I'm talking about. And I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be vocal about this. The taxpayers voted in a bond to fund that facility, and they vote with their and they utilize tax dollars to be able to access the whole facility. And so I'm not asking for unreasonableness, I'm asking for reasonableness about people that want to get on those fields that cannot. Not everyone in this county has the cash flow to lock fields up for 3 or 4 or 5 months, or really, honestly, it's basically the whole year. And we're going to have a discussion about that. So I'm just going to stop right now, but I'll let you go ahead. But I've called, and there is no flexibility, and that bothers me a little bit. And I don't want to see these batting cages just taken, and the people of the community not be able to utilize them, whether they're indoors or they're outdoors. Okay, thank you.
I would suggest, Mr. Jones, that you, the head of that entity, and I get together within the month to talk about this, to talk about what are the options as opposed to where we operate as a business. Because I will say this, and I will say this aloud and publicly, you're at a disadvantage. You are at a disadvantage, whereas the other entity is not,
Well,
because of the cash flow.
The problem, Paul, is that the taxpayers of Davie County expect you to control that field. They should not have to call whoever it might be that has absolutely nothing to do with the administration of the Davie County Community Park to figure out if they can use a baseball field or not. You're in charge of it. We don't just give that power over to someone else. And I'm going to be upfront with you. It's not just Davie Community Park. It's Rich Park. And it is becoming a problem. And it needs to be dealt with and addressed. And yes, I'm fine with having a meeting. But honestly, you administer the Davie County community park, not a third party.
And I think it might be a policy that needs to be written. If it needs to be that, I'm okay with that. Again, I understand the disadvantage. Also understand the business side of that. We're looking at it from a business standpoint, but I also see your point. So it's something that we can look at.
Well, I understand that you're looking at it from a business standpoint, Paul, but if they have so much money that they can monopolize your park, then maybe they need to build their own facility so that our taxpayers who are paying for your park can utilize your facility. I mean, maybe there does need to be a limit to what they can do or something like that. I mean, because the taxpayers are funding this park from the beginning.
Understand that very well. Well, maybe an opportunity with this next piece that I'm talking about. You see what's coming up, right? So parking improvements. So we not only looked at just our park, we also looked at other facilities that are county owned, okay? Which is the Davie Youth Complex. Explore those facilities, which was made possible. This complex was made possible by the Land Water Conservation Fund. With recreational perpetuity in place by LWCF, the importance of the complex isn't just for the ball player. It also has recreational impacts, expansion and enhancement opportunities for the greater Davie community to utilize. One of those opportunities involves an ADA parking lot expansion at the youth complex. While the recreation infrastructure is important, so is accessibility within that complex in order for the greater community to take part and discover and recreate and enjoy both the ball field and other leisurely quality of life activity. So again, the county owns this complex, so that's something that we can also take a look at and understand. While we own that, it is administered and operated through a third party. As far as mandates, I don't see, there's no forecasted mandates foreseen at this time. However, our local, state, federal urge support for America's 250th anniversary events nationwide. Finally, I wanted to take this opportunity to brief the board on two projects that are under construction. First being the Canopy Treescape. Wanted to let you guys know that we are really close to groundbreaking with in conjunction with our AFP state contract agreement, which ends on May 31st, 2026. We have a meeting today at 2:30 to go over final design concept, review our project budget, and form our groundbreaking and construction timeline and area of closure impacts to the park. I do anticipate they'll begin between March and May. The caveat to this, I wanted to let you know, the caveat to this is our RS consultant is aware and understands that within the first year and a half of our timeline for our state agreement, that we had to terminate our contract with the original contractor. So there is a possibility, based upon our meeting today, in a couple of weeks we have directors conference. I'll be meeting with our RS consultant as well as McAdams and GSR at that conference. I'll be looking at, is there a need to look at a possible extension, which I hope to avoid, but based on delivery, manufacturing delivery of the equipment is going to dictate whether we need to ask for a small extension. And again, RS Consultant is aware of that. So right here you see the site map. This is in our northern wing of our park. So if you take coming around from on the left side, bottom right, left corner, coming around from our dog park, you'll see the dark pervious pavement, walking around, and then connecting with a new treescape and a new boardwalk trail area. We'll be eliminating or demoing a section that is our only outdoor ADA issue in conjunction with this project, and reconnecting with the existing pathway, which shows in white in our existing boardwalk. So really excited about that. We'll also have a military commemoration piece on that we're excited about. Mr. Wold is helping with that project as we speak. And the last project on time is the Lake Louise Park project. So just to give you a quick update on that. RFQs, we've received 3 SOQs, statements pending out of our RFQ request qualifications. We interviewed 3 firms. All 3 were very worthy. On Tuesday, you will see at your February Board of Commissioner meeting a resolution allowing county manager to go into negotiation for that contract. And from there, that contract timeline doesn't end until October 31st, 2027, so we got plenty of time. So as you see here, what does this mean? So once our firm agreement is executed and the county will select a firm, we'll go into the process of making a change request to Pardiff to propose removal of the new entry and parking lot from the development as part of the approved Lake Louise Park Master Plan. You'll see that proposed 10-space parking lot and the entry coming from 64. Because we received state approval to use an existing access easement into Collin Creek that accesses the park, we can now remove that. From there, we'll propose development of recreational elements that are already designated in the approved Lake Louise Park site plan as future proposed elements that are equal in total value to the project cost of the entry and parking lot, which is roughly around $70,000. All other recreation elements designated in the site plan as proposed and in green will be developed by our Pardiff agreement. So Pardiff will look at this as a positive and reasonable request to remove. Anytime you're able to remove gray matter in place of recreational components, they're going to see that as a great possibility. And 2, it's feasible because we're well within our timeline and should make this project move forward and get completed and have a nice enhancement piece to Lake Louise Park. Exchange of ideas. Any questions?
Could you go back to that Lake Louise map? Okay, I'm trying to, so the playground that's there now is in the orange there where it says
Correct.
future?
Future pour and place surfacing, correct. That's where the both the 3 to 6 and 6 to 12 playgrounds are.
But you're still thinking about putting that interactive sensory art towards 64 instead of back towards the playground?
Proposed.
That interactive sensory art.
That is future. That is future interactive. So everything in green is what's approved. Everything in green is what is approved through Pardiff funding or part of funding. Anything in orange is not. We will be taking a close look because we're eliminating the 10-space parking lot. In specific, the future gathering space is an eye that we want to take a close look at. I won't want to spill the beans at this time, but I will get with you afterwards and let you know what we're looking on.
Because I would highly recommend that sensory art location not be near 64. Because
Yeah.
if you're wanting people who need the sensory, they do not need to be near 64. They need to be on the other side of that world.
That
Safety.
where that location is, as far as interactive sensory art, is approximately a little more than 100 feet from the road.
And that is way too close.
Way too close.
Yes.
And it really depends on the type of sensory art. I guess you can have more of the cognitive pieces that could go there, and more of the audible sensory can go toward the playground. So you can mix and match different sensory elements that would be good, and it's a great point. That's something that we can definitely let our consulting firm know when we move toward construction.
Yeah, I'd move that back further away from that roadway for sure.
I'm really excited for this piece, especially with what it was designated for and appropriated with Dr. Edwards and Beth Edwards. We're going to keep in succinct idea with the collection and thought and understanding behind why they funded the $1.5 million of infrastructure that's already there and how we can move forward with it.
Paul, one thing about the sensory art thing, I mean, I don't know if it's something that's going to be fenced in from a safety standpoint or not, or if that's part of it. But what come to my mind is that more so than what Benita brought up is the fact that even if it was fenced in or something, it's living on a U.S. highway, 100 feet is, well, 100 feet, the noise issue is what comes to my mind more so than right off the top, so.
Very good point. Very good point. Any other questions?
Question on your anticipated northern Davie Park expansion. How many acres are you envisioning for that?
I would say for our future park system, we are looking at properties that are at least 40 plus acres and up. Again, these are specialty destination parks with dollars in. That's a coined phrase by Mr. Brawley. He said, "You're wanting destination places with dollars in." Absolutely. These are tourism parks, not just for tourism, but if you live here, the opportunity. We have a chance. I'm going to say this. I'll keep saying it. Davie County sits in the unique opportunity that no other county has, in that we don't have a park system developed yet. When I talk about what these specialty parks look like to members of our community, I've been doing this for the last two and a half to 3 years, just speaking on it, whether it's middle school students that come in, our general public, and I talk about the type of park system that we can have here. The glow and the look in their eyes is amazing. Now combine that with the issues that we're having today with conservation of land, the protection of our rural heritage. This is an opportunity where we can potentially acquiesce the land pieces we need, protect large land masses, not just for park use, but for conservation use, whether it's our watersheds, whether it's our economic or our fragile ecosystems of our animal and plant species. We have a chance to conserve some of these areas and do something good with it and keep to our rural heritage. But having these specialty parks is now people have to travel out of state or 4 or 5 hours away to get to some of these specialty parks. Having amenities that are similar, like one of the parks I talk about is an all things roller park. Having them all in one place to be able to experience, explore, learn, grow. Who knows, we may find them on X Games 10 years, 12 years down the road. But the opportunity to have it here, because develop our system is what excites them. And if you live here, you get to experience those things where our specialty park and revenue derived is looking at tourism. That's where I haven't always been in favor of a resident non-resident rate, but if our system is developed, absolutely, because we want to make sure that our residents gain the most benefit out of having the type of system that we want, and people are excited about it. And even through our assessment and our data, the needs assessment and the comprehensive plans from 2013 to 2017 to 2024. What's amazing to find is when it comes to costs and how to pay for things, we're a little bit different than what you're finding, than the outcry you're hearing in Davidson County over the Southwood Complex. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. And I can explain that in further detail offline. But again, people are excited about what opportunities we have here, and we have a chance to make it our own. It takes a vision. Yes, these are ticketed cost items, but I also understand our place. We have other needs too in this county, and it's up to you as commissioners to take those projects and ideas and visions and put them towards some sort of fruitionable action plan. So you guys have a tough job in doing that, and sometimes I think I'm glad I'm not on that side of the seat, because it takes a lot of fortitude to be able to think about what what actually comes next. What are the actual needs? So this is one plan that you can look at and focus on to know that we have a great opportunity. I'm not asking for everything to be done at once, but in due time. But our northern district is the focal point.
So, Paul, I just want to say, first of all, I think we all appreciate your passion. Just know that. But I do want you to consider a couple things, because this is how our citizens are going to think about some of these things. If this placer AI, of course, we need to talk about the cost of that, and spending $20,000 on a water adventure feasibility study. We need to think about that, because this year our parents and grandparents are having to pay admission to watch their kids play basketball. So citizens are really going to take that. They're going to be like, I got to pay to watch my child play ball, but we're going to spend $20,000 on a study. So just consider those things as we make these decisions and have these discussions. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
I got one other question, just from you as the director of our park system. I know the last, I think I remember this, but the last time you did the feasibility study, the number one thing was passive activity, opportunities for that. Do you feel like between what we've got at the park, the high school park, the Lake Louise, the other opportunities, are passive activities available for our citizens countywide, or do you still think that's underserved?
I think it's underserved. One of the things I met with Mr. Rollins a month ago to look at, I really want to look at developing a Greenway Advisory Committee, to look at starting our Greenway piece. You know, we have a comprehensive plan for that. And when we talk about walking, biking, that is a major piece. Yes, our community residents, yes, still consider that to be passive activities is to be crucial. On the flip side of that, they also understand they want that active system that they can recreate and play here locally. So it's a mixture of both. And I think even with our active system in play, we can continue to build on the passive recreation piece as far as being a connectable and walkable facility, walkable biking facility, county.
So that we got a ways to go. Is that what
I think we have some ways to go, but I also understand when it comes to greenways and trail work, not cheap at all. While we try to use as much as possible for easements, looking at utility easements to be able to bring those, we're looking at our 5-mile loop from the park coming around back to the park. Some sections, yes, easier pill to swallow than other sections to where you have to deal with utility, railroad. Oh my goodness. It can be quite a daunting task, and even potential easement purchases could be in play there. They're not cheap. However, the vitality and viability of our community being a walkable community, an accessible community, goes up, which our businesses look at as where can our employees live, work, and play, have places, both passive and active, to take part in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Thank you much.
Thank you, Paul. Megan from Veteran Services.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will try to balance out quality of life by informing you that I do not anticipate any changes. So no new requests.
Megan, can you tell us really quickly about the computer center that you were able to set up through the grants you received for our veterans?
So we were able to get about an $18,000 grant, opened up a veterans computer lab in my old office. I moved into the senior services conference room that was kind of unutilized. So I have a larger office that gives me more space to meet with veterans who are disabled, maybe wheelchair bound. And then in the veterans computer lab, there's 3 computers set up for them so they can come in, free to utilize it any time during the day that I'm there, just to do whatever they need to do on those computers.
And is it up, everything's up and going
It
now?
is, yeah.
Thank
We
you.
opened, I think, the week after New Year's. So, yeah, we're up and going.
That's awesome.
Yeah, happy to have it.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Megan?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Brad, before you come up, I think we're gonna take like a 5-minute break, if that's okay. Alrighty, so we'll take a quick little break.
Ma'am?
We'll be right back.
I think the coffee has
let Brad get started on his presentation. All right, Brad, go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all, board, for letting us come in this morning and talk to you the upcoming budget. I'm going to take as much time or as little time as you'd like to discuss these projects in our department. First slide we'll get into is strictly general services departmental impacts. Trying to forecast the upcoming budget year this early, looking at utilities, our service contracts that we have awarded, technology we pay for. Anticipate an increase of $60,000 there across those fields, just based on percentage increases, water rate increases, power charges. So that's a $60,000 increase just straight to the operational budget for general services. Then we're also looking at the request a new maintenance tech position to be dedicated strictly for the detention center. The detention center holds workload. It's our highest work order location. 82% of our labor hours for that zone and that individual that's currently out there takes place at the detention center. So our department's broken into 5 different zones for techs. Each tech has roughly 100,000 square feet to manage. That one tech that has the detention in their zone, that's where that 82% is. We spend that much time at the detention center work orders. It also includes our after hours. We do run on-call services. 90% of our after hours on-calls takes place at the detention center. That's sprinkler heads, clogged toilets, anything of that nature. And the way we're currently set up with these zones, we're not able to cross-train other individuals and other techs. This new position will be dedicated to train under the current tech that's there and then leave them at that facility, allowing me to take a rotation of the other techs to get them in and through the detention center to be more familiar with that on after-hours calls. So that is our departmental budget, increase in operations, and a new position request. We'll be moving into...
Brad, real quick, so you're talking about this position here would be strictly dedicated to that?
Yes.
I just want, okay.
Yes. Like I said, right now, that tech's in that zone now has 4 other facilities, but they don't demand the time that this one does. This would allow for that cross-training and have a floater tech to move in and out of each other zone so we can rotate moving forward. The next slide is identify general services, major impacts to infrastructure or equipment. This slide highlights bollards, HVAC, roofing, and generators. Highlighted in red are the ones that we see as priorities or concerns. The middle one, you have an estimated cost. The very last column is equipment age in years. So as you can tell, a lot of these pieces of equipment are at end of life. They're requiring a lot of maintenance to upkeep. So when you look at the HVAC in this building, it's 20 years old. HVAC, you're looking to get 15 to 25 years, depending, but as we're in and out of our facilities almost 12 hours a day, random times, a lot of these systems are running 24 hours to keep the temperatures maintained as we come in the mornings or in late evenings. The new projects on there would be the bollards. As y'all are aware, we've had 2 facilities ran into in the last 2 years. Luckily, they all hit locations that weren't occupied by office space. So these buildings are identified as concerns or issues if we do have that take place anywhere else. These buildings have offices that are adjacent to parking with no other means of safety except a parking bumper, which both of those buildings that were ran into, they jumped those those bumpers and ran through the building. Do you have any questions on the equipment and general services? We'll move forward. So in October, we open it up to directors to submit their facility capital request. These are internal elements, larger projects that we would handle and take care of outside of departmental budgets. You've seen this before in our earlier budget meetings. Nothing major has changed here. We do have an addition of a battery backup at the detention center. Everything else is something you've seen before. I made notes here of some directors have gotten up prior to me here and spoke. You'll see library on there. It was from carpet, paint, HVAC, and roofing were identified. This slide has a few of those on there. If they're not on this slide, they will be on the upcoming capital project slide. Noted of what Derek spoke of at the library, just to break out so you can easily understand. The roofing project, we've got at $350,000, carpet at $90,000, painting at $12,000, and the addition to the expansion or replacement of full HVAC at an additional $400,000. So you're looking at $852,000 of projects at the library. Alluding to prior presentation of Paul, we've got on there the batting cages. He said that would kind of coincide with another project we've got, which is highlighted on the next slide in capital. So we have an erosion ADA issue that is the trailway that goes from home plate down the first baseline around the outfield, the aggregate trail. It's got a lot of erosion and, elevation changes there that's a hazard. Incorporating the batting cages, we would look at updating that trail system around there and eliminating some of the erosion issues. Have any questions on any facility directors projects? And we do have some of the experts here that have requested these. Other department heads, if you get real specific in any details, I'm more than happy to bring them up if they're here. I've got some knowledge on some of the requests, but if you get into real detail, we may call them up as well. This last slide is our capital improvement project slide. You will be getting a more in-depth detail as funding and prioritization, I think, in March or April, that we used to do every year. So this is just the first glance at your CIP. All items highlighted in green are new projects that you didn't see in the prior years. Just to highlight those, you've got detention mod core housing unit, detention Sallyport extension, detention pump station, Fire Marshall County storage facility, the DC Park Stadium light relamp, courthouse second floor renovations, the library Moxville roofing, and the library Moxville HVAC unit, phase 2. That's going to be it for general services. I'm open to any questions, any more in-depth detail of the projects.
Just so I'm trying to keep up here, the modular housing at the detention center, by implementing that, understanding that's a short-term fix, that would push out the new vertical construction to 2031. Is that what we're saying there?
Say that again.
So
New construction, yes. JD, if you'd like to come up. So this housing unit is a unit that they're looking at for 21 beds. So that will take care of some issues he's got with segregation, moving around. Even if new construction takes place sooner at 2031, is our intent to continue to utilize that mod core facility.
Yes, so this morning we had 97 inmates for 72 beds. I'm paying $40 a day for some inmates to be housed in other places. That's a good deal, but that Yadkin County's housing them for us. Yadkin County does nothing, so even as much as having to serve a paper or a notice to come to court or a subpoena, I have to send a deputy up there to do that because Yadkin County won't serve them. All they do is let them have a bed to sleep in, basically, and feed them a meal. Those costs are going to continue to rise as things go on, and with what I anticipate seeing in the future. But the pod would not negate the needs for a new facility. Those needs are still there. It's just a stopgap that might, as you say, Terry, extend the time frame to look at the new facility. So currently, what we've talked about doing, if you put the pod in, it's 21 beds. Currently, only 10 female beds. So I could use that 21 bed pod for females, which would open the 10 bed pod for additional male locations. We have went and looked at the Mod Corps. Brad, some of my staff went to Georgia, looked at one being installed and built, and it's kind of a new thing. I don't know that even if we decide to go that route and look at it, there are no what you would call modular units approved in North Carolina. So there would be, in conjunction with the vendor, working with the state to get approval to install it. There have been 3 sheriff's offices that I have found that have tried modular units in the past, and the state disapproved of them. But most of those units were more built like a construction trailer type unit that were actually very modular. What we're talking about is a unit that once it's here, it's more like a stick built, for lack of a better term, that could be used for many years. So that could be an additional way, like he said, find a way to incorporate it into a new build, et cetera, in the future, so we don't lose the.
Yeah, and when we took that tour, I've got plenty of pictures, got some information if y'all would like that sent out to y'all so y'all can review and see what that looks like. We took myself, Brian Wintley. We had no concerns as a facility or hookup or its location or footprint where it would sit at our current jail. So.
What is the drainage water hazards at the sheriff's office? Is that at the government center?
So you're on this slide here, correct?
I went backwards because there was so much on the other slide. I was still up there when you moved. So.
Yeah, so on the back side of the government center, you know, that is a pre-engineered metal building on a slab. In those areas back there, the drainage is getting close to coming above slab and coming back into the building. This will be regrading and reworking that area for new drainage.
And are we rekeying everything for security purposes, or?
Yeah, so actually that is a mandate that every building is to be keyed every 5 years.
Okay.
So this is just to start that process of keying these buildings. You know, as you know, our head count turnover takes place. We don't know how many keys are floating out there.
Okay.
This is just to secure that it's not coming in and changing lock set. It's just coming in and rekeying the cylinders we have to have a new master and new sub keys that we know that, okay, current employees have access. Older keys, if they're laying around or still in pockets, they're no longer useful.
Okay. I may have some other questions later, but I'll get with you. Does anyone else have anything for Brad? Because it's a lot of stuff. So.
Question, since the library carpet replacement's significant as far as a number, is there, you know, I know carpet can be cheaper in some ways, but is there a better alternative than carpet for future durability, or is that probably the best option? Or I just thought I'd ask.
You know, it's probably the best option with that space and large space, just for audible purposes. Cleaning and maintaining, you know, you're able to clean carpets, doesn't show as much wear and tear as your LVP or your VCTs. But, you know, the large cost in replacing that flooring out there is you've got to move all those books. But it's got to be something that the library's going to have to be shut down for a couple of days to do half, move everything over, finish that, move back, move the non-carpeted piece over to that back. So it'd be a long project, but a lot of that expense is going to be just in the physical moving of furnitures in there.
Are you considering doing like the squares to where if there's damage, it's easily replaced?
Yeah, that's what we've tried to transition all of our new carpet to.
Maybe that can be incorporated into the health savings plan to have people trade some time as employees and come help move the books and.
Nobody on light duty can. Those shelving and books are heavy.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Everybody good? Okay, thank you, Brad. So we're ahead of schedule. That's a good thing.
Way ahead of schedule.
Good morning, Board. So I'm going to present the proposed Planning Development Services budget. We do not anticipate any mandate changes for the fiscal year coming up. I'm not asking for any additional personnel request. However, I am going to request funding for an open code enforcement, a building inspector position that was not funded in the current year due to the fact of the increased growth with subdivisions and what we've got going on in the county. Just to anticipate future inspections and what we're going to do, the busy, just go ahead and potentially explore this and have that requested in the budget. With that, I will be looking for capital requests to replace an existing code enforcement officer, one of the vehicles that we do have. And then also with that would be asking for a new, if the position is filled for the new code enforcement officer, a vehicle for them as well. And that's pretty much it. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns at this time?
Anybody have any questions or concerns for Johnny?
Not on the budget.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on this building code enforcement officer position? Well, what are you sure exactly?
Just to help with the building inspection.
Yeah.
So just to hire a building inspector to look, to anticipate more. With just the sheer growth we've got going on, it's just more of an anticipation. You know, I'd rather lead from ahead than lead from behind. If the influx of everything, once building interest rates and everything really picks up and flowing, just to be able to do that and be able to do the next day inspections like what we've been doing, able to provide. Statutorily, we don't have to provide next day inspections, but we do. And just the sheer growth, so that way we can just pockets and specialize that to be able to kind of increase services if it is. If we do interest rate change and there is a huge growth in construction, not as well as Davie County, as the surrounding counties, potentially could be looking to fill those positions. And that way, if we anticipate growth coming in, we can go ahead and have somebody on board if it gets that way. So that's kind of what we're looking with. Just the way things are trending, we've kind of been in a steady incline. COVID happened, we exploded. It's tailed off, but I anticipate just with seeing the trends, the way things go, and it really getting really busy for some of the guys out in the field.
But right now, you're still able to
Yes.
do next
Mhm.
day?
Yeah, we are. Right now, we are. We're still able to do next day inspections. Some of the ones, depending on there's times which we have some specialized stuff. There's times we might have to roll it over to the next day. But I would suffice it to say probably 90%, 95% of all inspections are next day inspections when they do schedule. Yeah.
Just a little bit of further insight on that. In the FY 2024 budget, between inspections and planning and zoning, because I look at those together because Johnny's salary is split and one of his other positions is split between the two. We had 9 employees budgeted, and then in the 25 budget and the 26 budget, we've only had 8. So it would really, this was a budgeted position in the past, and it's just not been requested because he said we can do it with what we've got. And now he's saying, I really think we're gonna need more help.
So what you're saying is this one it currently resides in our budget, or it did?
It's an active
Yeah.
position in our, what we call position control. It's been approved by y'all as an active position, but he has just like you know, I'm not gonna really have to have it right now.
So it's not really,
Activated it, we've just not funded it in the budget.
okay, so it's not really one of the type positions that's in that ever fluid number of positions we have at any given time.
So yeah, it is an approved head count, not funded. So in looking at the budgets over the last few years with Johnny, that was a planner position. We really wanted to figure out what was the true need for the position, but we did not think a planner was the need directly, so we just did not fund it. So you would be in essence, it's one of those tricky budget things, if this were to make the final cut, where you are not adding a position, you're just funding a position. So if you didn't,
You're adding the money.
you're adding the money, but you know, in the true sense of, yeah, in the truest sense of how we talk budget, if this was the only position funded, I could stand up there and say we're not adding any new positions.
Plus a vehicle.
Yeah. So.
Anyone else?
Could this person, let's say that housing goes the other way. Could this position be used to do other forms of enforcement, i.e. if we ever tackled some type of nuisance type ordinance?
Absolutely. We could structure this position and write the job description and change duties for whatever. It being a code enforcement, if we incorporated any kind of nuisance or any kind of, oh goodness gracious, code enforcement associated with zoning stuff, right? Then we could incorporate that and rewrite the job descriptions to do those duties as well. Yes.
Be really clear here. I'm talking about nuisance. We can talk about that later. I'm not talking about dogs and noise and
I understand.
all that.
We currently have, if we potentially adopt ordinance to address some specific issues. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, we're kind of talking about the pile of junk that's right beside of different things that could be done better.
Anyone else?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, our Register of Deeds, Kelly Funderburk.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me this time to talk with you guys and give you a little foreshadowing of what I see as far as the Register of Deeds office goes. I don't foresee any changes or anticipate any major changes in the budget for the Register of Deeds for the next fiscal year, so that's good. And my interpretation of this meeting is to let you guys know what could be coming down the pipe so that you're, put on notice now. So these things that I have in the slide, while it has a lot of words, I'm going to simplify it really easily for you. As far as personnel changes, it does seem like that my assistant, she has told me that she plans to retire at the end of September. So while we will miss her greatly, and she has been there for a long time, the plan at the end of September, as it stands now, if that works out for her, then my assistant will be retiring. And so at that time, what I would like to do would be to move up one of my deputies into the assistant position. I have 3 employees, and it's been that way for a very long time, and they are currently the assistant and 2 deputy level 1s, right? So that's deputy level 1, that's the lowest. So at the time when Robin retires, I would like to move one of the deputy level 1s up to be my assistant. And then the other deputy level 1 has also been there 20 years, and I would like to move her up and reclassify her to a deputy level 2, and then at that time bring in an entry-level position. So I won't be hiring a new position. I will just be promoting one within and then reclassifying one, because a deputy level 1 comes in at an entry level. The deputy that I already have can run the office independently. She knows how to do everything in the office. She's cross-trained in every department. So that would move her up to a deputy level 2. And we're talking roughly between 2 of the grade scales. So it's not a major jump. So I just wanted to lay that out there, that, this will be the first new hire for me, as well as for our office since March of 2007. We have not had a new employee in 19 years. So that will be a major thing that we'll go through in the next year, provided that, Robin does retire. So, this is all in the future. If it happens, then I just wanted you to know that would be my plan for personnel, would be to promote within on one deputy and then to reclassify the other. So essentially, it should be a wash at the end, because one will be coming down, another one will be stepping up, but then we'll have one coming in at entry level. Okay? And then the next slide, this is just potential changes that I wanted to let you guys know about. The first is at the very top in bold that we do not have any plans to request any capital improvements, so I don't have anything there. But I did want to just let you know about some things going on in the legislature that could affect our department. And the first is fraud. Deed fraud is a very big issue in North Carolina. And a lot of the legislators want to be the one to get to, the lawmakers to pass the bill. And in each cycle that they're in Raleigh, it seems like that fraud gets brought up and put into the bills, and then for some reason it gets changed. But right now, as it stands, looking at the prevention of fraud, the two main things that they're looking at in bills that I see on the legislative committee of the North Carolina Association of Registers of Deeds is that the first one is that we could potentially be required to review ID for every submitter that comes in the office. So if you are not, in our office we have what's called trusted submitters. So if let's say a law firm comes in and they want to electronically record with us frequently, they sign an MOU with our office and we have it on record, and then they record, and so we have all their information and they become a trusted submitter. General person, Johnny Public that's coming in off the street, they don't have to sign a MOU. So they're not a trusted submitter. So for anyone who's coming in as a citizen to record something like that that's not a trusted submitter, we would have to look at their ID and potentially, we're not sure yet, but some legislators have said we should save it and scan it and put it, and have it and keep it. Other ones say, no, you just need to check it and look at it. And this is all, in the future if it gets passed. So one thing I just wanted to let y'all know is that if we do have to start looking at IDs for all potential submitters that are not trusted submitters, and we have to scan their IDs and keep them in, then that might mean, that I'll work with our vendor on the cloud storage and stuff like that, just because it's going to be an uptick in the amount of data that we keep based upon the photo IDs. So that's one thing. The second thing is that another legislator has thrown out is that in the event there is any transfer of ownership for any property, that at that time the register would have to send correspondence to the owner and let them know in a written letter that ownership has changed. So if that happens, then I just wanted to let y'all know that means that we'll be writing more letters, buying more envelopes, and sending more postage. And that's, again, if that happens and that gets passed. But that's another idea that has been thrown out to make sure that people know that things have changed, is that if there's any transfer of ownership. And so we have questions in the Registers Association, like, well, what is that? Would you do that for an easement? Would you do that for all deeds? Things like that. So there's a lot to be worked out. But again, these are things that possibly could occur within this next year. The second one there is certified copies of birth certificates for individuals who've had a gender change. Statutorily now, they have to be put on 2 different pieces of paper. So when a person comes into the office, if they have a gender change, then we have to do a certified copy of their birth certificate. The first one will be the birth certificate that they were born with, and the second will be the birth certificate with the gender change. And we have to staple them together and provide them a 2-page. So just wanted to let you know that if you see an increase in our certified copy paper, it is because we will be if that happens. I don't imagine that Davie County is going to have a lot of those, but just again, letting you know that this is a new thing that's coming through the Register of Deeds offices, that we're going to have increased costs for our certified paper.
But Kelly, couldn't that cost be passed along to them? I mean, couldn't the fee for their certificate be different than a regular birth certificate?
That is all set statutorily as well. So right now, certified copies are $10, and we don't set those fees.
Okay.
So some offices have suggested that we do them front and back so that it's one piece of paper. I don't know. I'm going to wait until I get guidance from the state and Vital Records and see if they're going to allow us to do front and back. That means you're going to have to seal it on the same piece of paper. So I foresee that would be problematic. But then other people are arguing that if you've got two pieces, then some people are just gonna rip off the staple, and then you're gonna have different sheets, you know, so there's, you know, is it gonna say page 1 of 2 and page 2 of 2 and things like that? So, again, we're waiting on guidance on, and the North Carolina Office of Vital Records is very slow and has a lot of issues that they deal with every day. While I appreciate all that they do, they're quite difficult to get answers from. So that's something that we're watching. Number 3, just like with all departments, if postage goes up, then we will have our postage increase. But that's something, Ms. Finney, that's something that we could increase our postage. Like right now, when we mail things back out, if somebody sends in a vital record request and it's, you know, just for an uncertified copy, that costs 25 cents, and then it costs us 74 cents to mail it out, we charge for the mail, you know, and so we're not gonna eat that. And so let's say that the postage goes up, then that's something that we could increase our postage cost to cover things like that, the number 3. And then last, this one's not mandated, but I just threw it in there, the North Carolina Association, the group that myself and all of my staff members are involved in, that's really vital to our jobs. It helps us to stay up to date with everything. They've committed an ad hoc committee to look about increasing their dues. And so if you see that, you know, showing up that subscriptions and dues or education and training has increased, it's currently $325 a year for me to be in that membership, and $25 a year. So we're talking maybe a $50 increase, minimal. But I just wanted to I wanted to let you guys know of what I see that might be increasing. So it would just be mainly office supplies, potentially like a $50 or under $100 increase in the fee for that association, and postage.
So when someone requests you to send them something by mail, you charge them for the postage?
Yes.
Okay. Because I knew when I had to get something from Raleigh, I had to send them the envelope and everything.
Yeah, we don't, yeah. A lot of law firms that are used to mailing in their recordings, they will send a return envelope with the stamp on it, and some do not. So we do have a small amount that we have in postage that goes out for individuals that come in. And here in Davie County, I will say one way in the future to reduce postage, a lot of the counties around us now, you scan in and they get their original right back. My staff, I love them, they're fantastic, and they like to hold it for 24 hours because we check, and recheck before it goes on the permanent index. We have a temporary index that you go on immediately, which means it's recorded, but then we are proofreading and we are indexing and doing things behind the scenes, so it really gets 3 different checks behind it. The ladies in the office prefer to have that document in hand for 24 hours, and then we mail it back out. So on the rare occasion that a person comes in and records something and they don't bring a self-addressed stamped envelope, then we send it out. But in the future, you know, depending upon the budget and how things look, it could be that, you know, we do switch over to you record, you scan it, you immediately get your original back, and then that would decrease our postage costs. So that's something I'm looking at, and I'm really deferring to the staff ladies to make, you know, when they're ready, I'm ready, you know, to cut out some of that postage. But we don't have a huge postage amount anyway. It's not like elections. I bet theirs is a lot higher than ours.
Oh, yeah.
So, and because, you know, now we're at like 68% electronic recording. So we do a lot more electronic recording than we do paper recording. And then
I need to comment on that because please keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I would say don't worry about spending an extra $500 for postage a year because, you know, I know we got errors and omissions insurance, but, you know, getting something mucked up and chain of title and something lost, it wouldn't take one case would wipe, you know what I'm saying. So it's like,
one minor error could cause a huge ruckus.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
I do think I know a little bit about this particular office.
Does anybody have any questions about the future as far as the change of employees? Like, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Like, it wasn't, I'm not looking to add anybody. I just will have a shift in the classifications and the promotion of the staff that's already there, and then I'll hire somebody at entry level.
But you will have a doubled up period if you bring them in.
If I play my cards, I'm thinking post it in May and then do interviews like in June and July to have the person start in August, to have training August, and then she would leave in September. So maybe a month that there would be a time for cross-training.
Anyone?
I have a question about the fraud reform. There's a private entity out there called Title Lock that I've got some experience with, and I know it works. Is there a corporate or municipal subscription available for that?
No, and where the North Carolina Association stands on that is that right now, I believe we're up to 90 counties within North Carolina that all have the free property fraud notification service like we have here. And it is our opinion that citizens do not need to pay extra for the title lock, because what we offer in the free property fraud alert notification system is very similar, and it all gets done by the indexing that we do. So the answer to your question about municipalities, not to my knowledge there is. I could check into it and see if there is, but the bigger picture is that the North Carolina Association feels like that group is mainly out just to try as a business trying to get people, when we offer the services for free in 90 out of 100 counties.
We have a lot of fraud cases here in Davie County that you know of.
Absolutely not. I've been here, it'll be 6 years, and we haven't had a fraud case. We have had a couple instances where a realtor is contacted in the community, and someone will call and say they want to sell a piece of property, and then when they do the realtor will do investigating, and then they'll see, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right, so the realtor will investigate it. But as far as any recording, like getting all the way to closing and recording, we've had none. So we're very lucky. It is all around us, so I stay on top of it, and I watch it very closely, and I'm on the legislative board, and I go and I'll do fraud presentations with Mike Butero at different places so that people know, to sign up for that fraud prevention and what to look for. But mainly when you're talking about deed fraud, they're looking at places that are vacant, that the owners live out of state, and it looks like nobody's caring about the properties, or the foreclosures. So we're very lucky here. And I praise JD, like now he's got a deputy that looks into all of that. So if I have questions, I can call that deputy, and he and I can look into it. But the only time, there's one other time we had a recording and someone came in and they thought that it was fraudulent, and it truly was just an error by the attorney. The attorney had included too many parcels on the description, and like the one in the middle wasn't supposed to be included, and so the attorney did a corrections deed and corrected it. It was absolutely not any fraud. So we're very lucky, and I'm going to knock on wood as I say that.
I want to say one thing too, is that I hear a lot of rhetoric over the years I was registered about why is the Register of Deeds elected. They're just this ministerial position, and there's history behind it, and I'm not going to go into that. It really goes back to England and about people wanting to put, land is your most valuable asset, and then when you think about vital records, these things are very important. That's most of your worth, that people wanted to put their trust, they wanted to pick who they entrusted with that. But also, I can't applaud the overall inner workings of the Association of Registered Deeds by being elected and having creativity and negotiating and making vendors compete and making legislative and lobbying to do things, that in that standpoint, you're getting people that answer to the public very frugally, and it's created a good history of a product. And in that case, Kelly being involved in that manner is continuing that type of thing. Just like she said, free for this. We ended up free for electronic recording eventually. All these things, the power of that elected group in that context has saved, it's untold what the county has saved because of that. I don't know that they would have had that kind of lobbying power just as rank and file hired employees. Thank you.
Anyone else? Kelly, thank you so very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, our tax administrator, Mr. Jamin Gaddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This morning, just real quick, as far as tax goes, there's really no, I can't even think of the word I'm looking for. No request for anything above and beyond mostly, but we do have a couple of operational requests that we'd like to just discuss here this morning. For the first one, it's dealing with our mapping. And to kind of give you an idea of how that works, you know, all of us know that counties are forever changing. One parcel may become two, two may become one may get platted as a whole new development. So the boundaries seem to always be changing. And what happens is when those boundaries change through maybe surveys or plats or whatever, they get recorded at the Register of Deeds, as Kelly was just kind of mentioning how things get recorded. From there, system integrations are talking between the two systems. Those changes or those new surveys sooner or later get to us. And what we have to do is we have to map those new boundaries. So we map them because that allows us to then assess the values of those properties. The concern that we have is around that mapping. Right now we utilize what's called a desktop topology program. Next month, that program is no longer maintained. If you think back to the Internet Explorer days, when it went out and the new style came in, that's kind of what's happening here. So after February, or beginning next month, that program, if something happens, we no longer have the means to map those new boundaries. So that is the current concern that we have with this program. And so that's the reason that we've kind of brought it forth to you to think about, to allow us the opportunity to get the new program, which is what's highlighted in dark, is the Pro Parcel Fabric program. That will take the place of the old. And with that, that's just kind of the quick bird's eye view. I'll be happy to answer any questions for that part.
What cost?
The cost, it's a one and done. It's at $35,700 to transition to the new program or the new software.
And how often do you said your current software is sunsetting. How long have you had that?
You know how long it's been?
We've never replaced it as long as Jamie and I.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a long time, has been, without really knowing the right answer.
Probably a significant amount of time.
Yes, sir.
There's not any like maintenance fee type thing that's an annual basis that's, you know, that doesn't show up in that when you say.
No, sir. Any other questions?
So, just on that, if this company's updating their aerial views, you have unlimited access to that forever?
This is the mapping side. This is not the GIS or the aerial side. Brett's going to talk about another program here that we're looking at to possibly acquire. But this is just the mapping side. So once that recording comes to us from the Register of Deeds, Seth takes those new boundaries, he puts it in the system, and then it translates to GIS, which is what we see as the end users on that side. Make sense? Or did I answer that right?
Well, sort of, but on number 2, it talks about, you know, allow staff to measure buildings, roofs, site features. Unless you've got a map that's evolving to reflect that, how's that gonna work?
I think that's what Brett's going to talk about.
One slide ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
So is this two different things, what you're talking about, and then what Brett's gonna talk about are
Yes,
two
ma'am.
different things?
Yes. That's why I said it's two operational requests. The first being the mapping update and then what Brett's getting ready to talk about. All right, I'll turn it over to Brett.
Righty. Thank you. Yeah, the difference being, I guess primarily is the ProFabric. If we do not utilize that and get that, then eventually something will break and we will no longer be able to map in the tax office, which is not a good thing. Where Eagle View here is an additional service to what we're already provided by the state. So once every 4 years, the state gives us aerial imagery. They fly that over. It's provided to us. What Eagle View will do is essentially take that from getting that once every 4 years to essentially getting that about once every other year. So instead of, right now we're working off of 2022 imagery. So if we pull up the map, if any citizen in the county pulls up the map, the image that they're seeing is at this point about 4 years old. So, Eagle View, Jamin's worked with them in Durham County, so he has a little more experience as far as personal use with it. But it is an aerial photography business, essentially. They would fly the county about every other year. This would allow, staff to use this feature, desktop or mobile remotely. We're always going to have a need to go out in the field till the day we don't do this anymore. We'll be out there in the car, measuring and stuff like this. But there's just certain elements that this software does that no amount of human capital could really bring in. Even if we were to bring in 5 new appraisers, they can't see properties from the top down. Several of the benefits of this programming, though, is that they have the ability to integrate with our current system. So to take our current knowledge of, hey, my home is, a 20 by 40 structure. We can compare it to what Eagle View picks up and say, hey, it's not actually 20 by 40. It's 20 by 60. There's an addition added that was maybe it wasn't permitted for or something of that nature. And then within their system, they'll flag that. And we'd get a copy of that to either review in person then or via the imagery and correct that. So our 2 main goals in this is we want to improve accuracy within the tax office. The more we can improve accuracy, the more y'all invest in our ability to have the data that we have be clean and concise. Then we're able to eliminate the errors that are just somewhat unavoidable due to just the size of what we do. Fundamentally, the work we do through mass appraisal, through revaluation, that's not going to change. That's state mandated. But if we can avoid any kind of inaccuracies, then that helps us, not have to have conversations with the public of saying, hey, we did make an error here, and this would be a big step towards that. The other biggie is safety. We deal with the public on a daily basis. The vast majority of those interactions are positive. People in Davie County are wonderful, but I don't know a single person that would voluntarily, want to pay more property taxes. So when we're out in the field, that's generally when, we have our bigger concerns as far as safety goes, whether that's, dogs or, going on someone's property, knocking on the door, they're not there, but, you're trying to do your work, and then you surprise either an individual or an animal. So there have not been any incidents in Davie County. There have across the state as far as just some concerns of, hey, what are people doing on my property? Do we have a legal right to be there? And currently within North Carolina law, there is nothing written in there that says assessors have the right to go to your property. We have to appraise highest and best use with the knowledge currently given to us. So I really just want to focus in on the goal is assessment accuracy, and the software has the benefit of also creating safety for staff while increasing our accuracy. So.
At what cost?
what cost? So the cost is broken out over a 6-year period. We did receive a quote from Eagle View, and I'll happily pass that along through Karen to y'all. It was roughly $48,000 a year for 6 years.
The information that you garner on this software, now, if I'm hearing you correctly, the difference is getting the information in a 2-year block versus getting it from the state in a 4-year block.
Yeah.
Is it the same information?
So the imagery is slightly different. The quality of Eagle View is much higher. The actual science of it is it's like a 1 inch pixel, where the state is, I think, about an 8-inch pixel. So the quality is much higher. We would still receive the state imagery as well. We're not forfeiting anything by going. This would just be in addition to.
Yeah, but I guess my point is, if the state provides you with the photographs or whatever, the imagery, are you able to garner the same level of assessment from what you get from the state of North Carolina as you would this? Does this Eagle View provide you any more ability to assess versus what you already get?
Sure. In my opinion, yes. The programs that are implemented along with the imagery, because it's not just the imagery, it's a program called Sketch Check, and they compare previous years to one another to see. So there's some other programs that come along with it that the state's not going to provide. Yeah.
Commissioner Jones, one thing that may try to help you answer that question is, like the state, the imagery, all that you see is the roofs. So much, because it is a bird's eye view of that parcel. So when you look at that, you don't know if that building's just an old pole barn. Is it a shed? Is it, does it have 4 sides versus none? So what Eagle View does is it not only captures that bird's eye view, it also has oblique video from all 4 sides. So we can see the building north-south, or we can see it north, south, east, and west from every angle, which allows us to say, okay, what's on the back of that house is not just a deck. It has a roof, so now it becomes a porch. So that's the big advantage, is when Brett talks about the more accuracy, it gives us those different views to see or not see what's there. So hopefully that kind of helped answer the question a little bit.
So this would help you capture things. When I say capture amenities or whatever, or even it helps you maybe capture brick veneer versus not being able to. Okay. Yes. Or like in the case where you came out to my house, it would capture whichever part of the porch that was missing from whatever schematic we had. Okay.
Yeah, the imagery for this is so good that I can now tell whether or not that house has an air conditioning in the backyard, whereas right now, a lot of times we can't tell from the state imagery or aerials. It's hard to see. That the state doesn't focus in well enough to see those just the little things, which corrects or makes our assessments a little more accurate.
Does that imagery take into consideration overhangs? Because I know if you're looking straight down on a roof on a 40 by 30 house that's got a 2-foot overhang on it, if what you're seeing from up above is actually 34 by 44, which gives you an extra 280 square feet that you can charge for as being square footage if it doesn't take out that overhang. Does that imagery allow that?
Yes, sir. That's where the oblique, that's where the 4 sides come in, because you can literally see the base of the house, so you can measure across the base versus measuring the roof line, and take out that 4 foot of extra space because it's not square footage.
The $48,000 a year, approximately $300,000 for the program over the 6 years, is that a contracted period? Then at the end of the 6 years, we recontract?
Yes.
Are you looking at, would this help you to reduce staff?
I mean, no, at this time, we're not looking to reduce the number of staff. But, I mean, we only have 3 appraisers for 26,000 parcels, so this would be just a tool to assist.
Anyone else?
I don't have a question about these softwares, but as one of your stated goals is to improve the accuracy of the assessments, and this is for Mr. Gaddy. Back when, we were went through reval, was my understanding your association was resistant to use private parties, Redfin, Zillow, as a database. Is that still the position of your association?
We hesitate using those because I don't think they're as accurate as they may seem. One or two of if you research, you may find that one or two of their estimates be in the ballpark of where we are. But if you look through enough of them, that's not always the case. We compare our data with the sales that we see and that we deem as qualified sales, and so that's why I think that we got it, or we are a little better than relying on those. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't just research with them. I'll give you an example. If you look at Redfin, or if you look at Realtor, and if you look at Zillow, 7 out of 10 times you're going to get 3 different estimates. They're all over the place. I'll give you another example. The other day I was spot checking. Zillow had an estimate based on, I think it was like 12 or 13 acres of land, when in actuality the property itself had well over more land units than that. So they wasn't even assessing all the land units. So that's why I hesitate using those programs. And that's just me, and if Brett's got anything to say about them, and he can chime in. No county that I've worked with so far uses them as kind of etched in stone philosophy.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Jamin
you,
and Brett, thank you very much. Mr. Lambert.
Perfect time. We're gonna save everybody some money today. Talk about sewer before lunch.
There you go.
All right, so talk about utilities budget. First, we're gonna start off with operations. So what I'm going over is in capital budget, our budget that we do, capital projects or capitals that we use in our operations budget. Operations budget is what we base our rates off of. So of course, we're gonna do the same thing that we've done for the last 15 years. We're gonna replace just 2 regular cab trucks. Last year, we replaced the service truck. We won't be doing that this year. The water treatment plant at Sparks Road, we're gonna do a backwash. So I've got to be determined on this because we were waiting on costs. I got those last night. So this backwash line for the raw water pump vault. So what this does is when we bring this raw water in from the river, it brings the sand, debris, things like that. So we have to wash that back out. This hasn't, nothing has been done to this since late 90s. So we want to go in and we want to remove the solids and rebuild everything and make sure that we're still working properly there. Cost for that's $25,000, 24 and some change. The other thing is the cooling waste treatment plant, the aerobic digester, this interior concrete rehabilitation. So what this is this is just a big tank that we waste out of the wastewater treatment plant, that when our bacteria get too high, that we have to put them somewhere else to keep our plant operating properly. So we waste into this aerobic digester, And from there, we land apply or store in another basin to go out to land application. What happens is the sulfide gases, the methanes, you wouldn't believe how it eats the interior of this concrete up. I mean, it basically just pits it and it will take it down to the, the rebar or whatever's in there to make it stable. So what we do is we go back in, we fix that concrete, and over the years, of course, we know this plant is old. They've come out now with a coating that we put on these, and it's basically a rubberized coating that protects it from this. So once we do this, it lasts a lot longer than it would in the before the coating areas. Dutchman Creek Lift Station, they are currently out there starting this lift station up right now. This is a capital project that we've been working on probably for about the last 18 months. This money was received through grant funding through the state, so it was directly allocated in the state's budget, not last year, but the year before. This project come in about $50,000 under budget. So hopefully, I'm getting some text messages and some calls that this will be completed today, but let's say we're hopeful. We're having some issues with some pumps and some pipes in there, but everyone's out there working. So, but this project will be done within the next 2 weeks for sure. The Dedman Road Water Pump Station Rehabilitation, this is our next project that we'll be starting. We've completed design. We've sent it out. We're waiting on bids, so we'll open the bids on February 19th. We're anticipating an estimated cost of about $1.3 million. We have this funding already set aside. Over the years in our capital improvement project, which I'll get to, you'll see how we set money aside year by year, but we only do these projects as we have the money set aside for them if they're not grant funded. So the new Cool Me water treatment plant, I want to give an update on this. Probably large project that everybody's anticipating being done in March. This is what's remaining for completion. So we're completing the chemical piping, which this is a lot of piping, and once you see how much of this piping goes around this plant, it's really amazing. We're going to start installing the filters. So this will be the large filters that all the water goes through before it becomes finished water. These have about 8 foot of bed in them of different material, and then the electrical tie-ins. So probably for the last 6 months, it's been a big push for electrical. We're getting some delays there. We're getting some things that we were promised that are not coming in. This is something that we're looking at close. I know there's some meetings today with the contractor, the engineer, and the electrical company to nail some of this down so we can get closer, because what happens in this section of this project is they're testing it to make sure that it's operating properly before we come in and start testing it. So they've got companies from all around the states coming in and doing their testing, and then we will do startups on it. So exterior lighting, we cut a lot of this lighting out. I know people have drove by and seen it doesn't look lit up as much as possible. But we have cut about 16 lights out around the property. We want to keep that light on the property. We've got houses right across the street. We don't want to look like the airport. So we've cut a lot of that lighting out. We're going to stay to building lighting. So we point down at the ground close to the building. We've still got the secondary raw water pump station. We cannot start this until we start the plant, and we're running off of the main lift station at the river and at the dam. The secondary is in the raceway. As Davie County and as utilities, very lucky to have 2 raw water pump stations. There's not many water plants out there that can say that they have that. So we're lucky for that. We're going to keep it. This will be what we run in situations like, hopefully we don't have this weekend where power outages are probably going to be pretty widespread. So what we'll do is we'll run this off the generator that's at the plant instead of having an off-site generator. So we cut costs by running off of one generator instead of having an off-site generator. Of course, all the interior elements going in now, flooring, millwork, doors, furnishings, etc. Network, county IT, SCADA. So we'll have about 2 or 3 different networks coming into this. We'll have our SCADA network coming in that will be totally isolated from the county. When we went through, I know I haven't seen IT here yet. I know they postponed him until this afternoon, but you're gonna hear him talking about cybersecurity, I'm sure, and a lot of safety things. We went through a lot of this. They told us we need to be separated from the county network totally. That way, if something happens to the county, our water system isn't affected. If something happens to the water system, the county isn't affected. We think that we've seen some of this stuff in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, and other counties. This is how it kind of worked. So, well, we want to be totally separate from that. Of course, paving, cleaning up, mechanical testing, training, and operational testing. We've got on here March 2023. So the revised contract is $51,520,912. So we have changed 1.4% to date in change orders. So that roughly adds up to about $600,000 in change orders for this whole project. I can tell you about $270,000 of that was pavement alone. So not a lot of changes in the project. We're pretty excited about that. It's unheard of to do a project in this size with a 1.4% increase right now. Let's hope we hold that number. We plan on it, but again, it's we're proud of that 1.4%. So we're saying final completion March 2023. Again, I've done some of these projects. I've looked at the schedule. I'm going to be the bearer of bad news and say if they hit that March 23rd deadline, I'm going to be very excited, but I don't see it happening. Okay, I've broke that news to Brian, and again, that's my opinion. But I've talked to Brian about this. I've talked to others about this. I would rather be 60 days late on a project and have a successful project than I would try to rush things and be on a schedule that we've been working on this with Moxville and everything else since 2018. So I don't see 60 days hurting us. But again, I'm not sure of that. That's my opinion. I would prepare for that, but let's see. So capital improvement, this is what I talked about. As you can see, we have backed off our CIP plan a lot. So this all rolls into our rate increases. You know, in January 2024, we had Raftellus come in and did a rate analysis. We also had them come back in April of 2025. And the reason we done that, June of 2025, the reason we done that is because we're getting close to starting this plant. So in this capital improvement plan, you see water and sewer extensions replacement. We still fund that replacement program. We're putting $200,000 a year into a different part of our budget. Once we get enough to do these projects, we'll look at the engineer, we'll look at the system. I know there's been a lot of questions with the new development. Are we expanding the new development? No. Public Utilities does not expand a new development. We expand the current and what's best for the system. Okay, so we have to look at how our system works. A lot of talk about fire suppression. You know, this system wasn't designed for fire suppression. We have really focused on that in the last 10 to 12 years. But we have to start at these plants and upsize these lines to get this water out to be able to provide that. You know, we've changed a lot in our ordinance over the years, so we have to start. So we look at fire suppression and we look at the health of the system. I can't expand a 12-inch line, you know, down 801 from one side of the county to the other with nobody on it with no usage, because then I'm going to become and have water quality issues. Then we're sending letters out monthly to the state. We're flushing this line daily to try to move water. When we were looking at the scenario of building a water treatment plant versus tying on to Davidson water, we would have to flush about 1.5 million gallons a day through that line coming down 64 just to keep us in state compliance. So it was either use it all or use none. So we have to look at several different things. So replacements aren't to new development. That's based on them, and we require them to do several things. We require them to have fire flow, no lines less than 6 inch, and it doesn't matter if they have to go back 500 feet or 10,000 feet. They have to meet certain hydraulic conditions that we require in our system for that. SCADA upgrades, that's continuous. That's SCADA computers. Just to give you an idea, one of these computers at one of our plants, you're probably looking at about $15,000 for the computer itself. That doesn't include any outside. Every site I have, from water tanks, lift stations, anything like that, they have some type of SCADA there. It may not be a computer, but it's SCADA. It's antennas that's moving this information around. Renovate and replace PP&V. So what that is, pumps, pipes, and valves. So this is the money that we've put in this fund over the last 5 years to renovate Dedman Road Pump Station. Again, this pump station has been in since about 1975. It's seen its useful life. It's time to upgrade it. So, Sparks Road Water Treatment Expansion, you can see we'll start designing that, not this budget year, but next budget year. And we've got that pushed out. Again, we need to see how the system reacts to this new plant. I'm not saying our engineers aren't the smartest people in the world, and they are, but it all changes once it hits the ground. So we want a year to see how the system reacts, to see how it reacts selling Moxville 1 million gallons of water a day. We really need to step back and just make sure that what we have said is right. So, and then cooling nutrient removal. As you all know, I know several of you have been on the board for many years. Robin's been here for many years. I've had something in my budget for this for the last 10 years. I don't know when they're going to do it. It's in my permit. I know at some point they're going to come to me and they're going to say, you have to meet high rock nutrient removal come July. I don't know when that day is going to be. This has been an ongoing thing. That it's been a battle. So we've got it in there. We're showing them that we're somewhat ready to move forward with it, but you have to give us the limits to meet before we can decide what we do. And then Cool Me Clarifier rebuilds. We're rebuilding one of those in this current budget, and we'll be rebuilding one out in about 2028. So, any questions on any of this? I know I'm kind of going fast and throwing a lot of information. So,
I have a question, Mr. Lambert. I think you, at least maybe I didn't hear, I think you jumped over the demolition of the Cool Me water treatment plant.
Yes.
From a liability standpoint, what is the rationale for not doing that for 6 years?
So what we've done is we have this currently in the project as an ad alternate, and that was the price it come back. But this area is fenced in, and for a liability purpose, we'll probably move that back. But we want to make sure that everything is okay with the new plant, and we've got a solid foundation before we start demolishing. So, there's been some questions about what do we do with it. There's been some questions about who gets what. So there's a lot of history in that plant. There's a lot of things that people want. So we have to decide as a county we're going to have to remove asbestos. We're going to have to remove the leads. We're going to have to move a lot of pumps and motors. But mainly, Terry, this is just a concrete structure that we're going to remove that, knock the top 4 foot off, and fill it.
Okay, like I say, I'm just looking at it from 6 years of a building standing there.
Yeah.
Nothing good.
And that probably will come closer. Again, we set our rates on this, so I'm trying to keep that rate low. I'm trying to keep that, so if we have to push that out until we get some of these other projects that we have to do done,
okay,
we will. Anything else? Any more questions on that? So let's talk about that. Rate increases. So this year, our rate increase will be 5%. As you can see in the top, given how much operation and maintenance and capital costs have risen, these rate increases are still lower than what we are seeing in the industry and in North Carolina. That is not from me. That is from Elaine from Raftelis. When we were going back and forth in some emails, and I'm questioning some of this, I'm asking her, what are we seeing? What are we doing? She's telling me we're going to see a lot of double-digit increases in water and sewer this year. I know some of our local town of Moxville, they did a double-digit increase last year. I have not asked them about their increase yet. We're still early on, but I must say that you're gonna see a lot of utilities in the state of North Carolina with water and sewer rates 10% above. They don't have a choice. We're seeing prices 4 times the amount that we've seen 2 years ago. So last year, we had a reduction in our budget. This year, we're gonna stay flat, or just a little above that. We're gonna have some cost increases. We're doing some things, we're working with partners to try to save some money, to try to do some different things for a couple years to see how this goes, but, we're seeing prices increase quite dramatically, from chemicals, parts, pipes, just everything, so we're looking at a 5% increase across the board. February 1st, again, utility looking at revenues, Moxville will be putting an additional 350,000 gallons a day in sewer into the Cooley wastewater treatment plant. So that will take them roughly around 600,000 gallons a day. They're contracted for 750,000 gallons a day. We will begin selling them water. They have a bulk rate for water that's currently about $4.20 per 1,000 gallons. So those revenues will come back to help us pay for a lot of this debt service that we have on that Cooley water treatment plant. Any questions on rates? I think this is a good thing for y'all to stand up and be able to take credit for, because doing small rate increases of the 2% and 3% over the years has allowed you to stay well below the national and state average of a rate increase. So take all the credit in the world for that, because you've done a great job by being able to keep those smaller increases through the years to be able to be where you are now. Anybody have any questions?
Anybody have anything for Johnny? Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we are ahead of schedule. It is time for what we had scheduled for a lunch break, and our lunch is here. I was not aware what we do have a couple commissioners that need to get out earlier this afternoon, but I'm gonna be really transparent. I wanna run to the senior center fair for just a moment. So, I would like to say 30 minutes, but I think we better do 45. So we'll still be ahead of schedule. So, is that gonna mess up Rodney, Joseph, Cameron? Is that gonna mess you all up if I do all that? Okay. So, let's say we'll be back here at 12:45. Okay? Let's go ahead with, safe and healthy community first, and then we'll circle back around.
We'll ring you up.
Okay, you're on.
Good afternoon. The first thing I just wanted to say is we're looking, or I'd like to add 2 additional telecommunicators to help offset the peak time, assist primary call taking, assist on on-scene TAC channels. We are requested now to monitor the on-scene channels more and more. That is a safety aspect. It is a, let's say, a best safety practice, so to speak, to have your communication centers monitoring that. And I'd like to put in a dedicated training coordinator to ensure consistent training, up-to-date training, and then to help staff develop throughout specific goals. So those are kind of the 3 positions that I'm requesting this year. And the next thing I want to kind of talk about, it kind of conjoins with this, is Priority Dispatch AI Skills Lab specifically for training. Now this is from, this is eligible for the E911 fund, so it doesn't come out of the general budget, but I wanted to bring this up. I've got to play with this tool a little bit. Some of the surrounding counties, Wilkes County uses this. This is phenomenal. This is kind of a tool that we can use to replicate real call scenarios for practicing. It it is very neat. It brings up, we could program it to actually do a type of call. Say, for example, if someone's having chest pains, it's a real caller. If the telecommunicator asks a question more than once, it'll be like a real person. Well, you've already asked me that one time. It is very neat. It is something our new telecommunicators, as they are getting certified, would benefit tremendously on this. Right now, it's just kind of us sitting down with them, coming up with scenarios in our heads and practicing those type of calls. But this is something that is self-generated through AI. They can sit down with a headset on. It'll plug in real type call scenarios. You can change it to a male caller, female caller, difficult accent to give them some real life availability. And that actually comes from the E91 fund through state fundings. And then I like to outsource our QPR to get our quality assurance for our fire and police calls. We've been doing this with medical since about October of last year. We've gotten great feedback on this. This is a third party that pulls our calls, medical calls. They QA them. It is completely neutral. It is an independent person. They send the scores back about how well the telecommunicator did and what they need to do corrections on. And then we as a staff address that directly as. So a training person would kind of take over this duty to get this information back to the staff. They can pull out what they're struggling on. Maybe it's their flow through the call protocol to work on that. And so this would be something that we would get from that. And that's kind of what I'm going to put in for this year. Try to keep it short and sweet.
What's your cost on these, on the AI Skills Lab and the outsourcing the QPR?
The outsourcing is going to be about, I think, 5 to 6 in general. And then the AI source is going to be around 3, if I remember off the top of my head from the quotes I got.
Be $3,000 a year?
Yes. And it would be a locked end for that situation. I can get those definitive quotes later on when I got those back.
I thought that I was looking for JD. I thought that the system that Steve Jarvis got for JD could do that.
We've not discussed that. Are you talking about the flock system?
No, his,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, I think that's more for specific field law enforcement use. Now, I would be happy to talk to JD to see if that would be something we could incorporate on that. Absolutely.
I'll ask him about it.
Yeah, I'll definitely follow up with him on that. I mean, I've been through his virtual thing, and it is neat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I know it has a lot of the qualities that you're mentioning. Excuse me. Anybody else?
How much, approximately what's the positions you're asking for? You don't have to go into fringes and stuff, because
No,
don't know what that.
so I do know that, like, I would be asking for 2 entry-level telecommunicators, which would be about 36. The entry level is what we start out now at that scale. The training person probably would be an internal. We'd have to look at a step or a grade of what that would be once we get to that process. But I know the 2 TCs would be an entry-level position.
But would that be 3 total positions or just 2?
Well,
'Cause
2 to start out with, and then based on what an internal, then yes, it could develop into a 3rd to replace that.
Now, don't you already have someone who has the title of training officer?
Well, it's a supervisor, so they perform 2 functions. They supervise a shift, plus they try to coordinate our training. And what I'm trying to do is separate those 2 to actually give them more dedication to the training, and then the supervisor have more dedicating to actually own shift.
So if that person who's already named did not receive this position, they would be entitled to a pay cut because their responsibilities would lessen, correct?
Potentially, yeah, that's something we would have to review.
Anybody else?
I guess the only this should be easily explained is what would the dedicated training coordinator bring to your process that would bring more value than the use of the AI?
Well, somebody would still have to kind of oversee the AI input of and what we need to focus on in those skills, build that data in there, that program to set that up, and that person would be responsible for department-wide skill labs for the department-wide use, or individuals that come back when we do our quality control to see if there's an individual that is lacking in a certain, that person would be the sole dedicated person to arrange that training specifically for them through the skills lab. Anything else?
And they would just really basically be sharing some of this outsourcing with your employees.
Correct. Taking the data we received from the outsourcing and then implement them. We still have to do the internal. We get the information from the outsourced, but we are the ones that still have to disseminate that directly to the staff.
So how is that being done now?
Right now, it's done between me and the supervisors. When we get this feedback, we give it to the staff, we review it with them on the calls, and then we go from there. So this training person would be specifically dedicated to that reviewing and setting down one-on-one with them to make sure everything is processed out.
So is that happening like on a daily basis?
Their queues are done weekly, so we receive that data usually on towards the end of the week, and then we see if we have any non-compliances, and then we review those non-compliances with the staff that get them back.
Anyone else have anything for Rodney? Okay, thank you, sir.
Y'all.
Thank you.
Joseph?
Madam Chair and Board, thank you for letting me come up here and present. Some of the stuff that we're looking at as far as personnel requests, we're looking at a new position for the community paramedic, which is going to go through and help support the functions of EMS along with adding in the possibility of doing telehealth programs. Forsyth County is actually going to partner with us and other EMS agencies on an app called Pulsera, and it will give us that capability to do the telehealth when we go out to doctor or homes to do visits and everything. So there's several things that's going to go on with those. Future positions that we're looking at is looking at adding 8 paramedics and 5 EMTs, and that breakdown would be 4 paramedics and 4 EMTs for the eastern side of the county, and then another 4 paramedics for a QRV if we go through and able to get something on that northwest corner to be able to put them in a QRV for that quick response vehicle, to be able to cut down on treatment times until a transport truck's able to come in. And then working along with Suzanne with DHHS, we're looking at what they're calling non-emergency medical transport, and that's the reason for the 5th EMT in there, to be able to transport Medicaid, Medicare patients to doctors' offices that's not requiring an ambulance or from the convalescent service.
So is that when you say future, you mean how far into the future?
Well, I agree with Mr. Barnett when we had our discussions and all. We've got to have places to put people. So when we go through and have places to put them, that's when we need to go through and really get those individuals added in. So the eastern side, I mean, the call volume's increasing. We had 956 calls that just came out of Davie Medical Center on top of the regular calls that we're going through and having. So we need something over there, but also I know that we're looking on that northwest corner to add in the Station 5 over there. So we're trying to go through and prepare and get everything in line. And so you all know that when we start making these steps, then we know that that's the personnel that we need to go through and add. So to answer your question, like if we had a building for the northwest side, then it would probably be less future, more immediate being next year. But not having a facility in place, there's really not a direct need to budget for it until you cross that bridge. But I know that's something that we've talked about, and we don't want to not inform you of that. Same thing on that Bermuda Run side. As we see their development growing, you know, you guys know, a lot of households and facilities are going in over there. It's a matter of time. So.
And, Joseph, so you're adding another community paramedic? We already have community paramedics.
Yes,
right?
we're gonna add an additional, cause as we're trying to go through and restructure, because I've got two administrators that have recently either retired or are retiring. And so we're trying to divide the workload out, so we're looking at how to go through and restructure. And Greg has been vital in a lot of our growth, and especially on that community paramedic side. So we're wanting to go through and add someone else in over there because of the growth of the program and looking at that restructure portion.
That'd be two.
So we would have,
Not really.
well, no, we've got Kathy and Summer right now, so we're just adding, we're gonna try to add an additional, because if we do restructure and we move, and have Greg involved, then it's kinda hard to go through and have him doing a lot of the stuff that he's been doing plus with along with the restructure.
Basically, we're pulling him off the road.
So. Really, by adding that community paramedic, we need to add a vehicle for that oncoming one, because of the going through with the workload. That way Greg's still got a vehicle, and then we're gonna try to have the two working a day. So one of them's actually be replacing him on some of those roles. So that's.
What about the two vehicles though that came off the road with your retirements?
I've got one of them actually being a supervisor vehicle right now. So that's what Andy's was, and then the one for, that Brent's got, then what I'm looking at is some of the restructure that we're looking at, because some of you may or may not know that I'm retiring this year. So we're trying to go through and get positions and everything in line. We're looking at Mr. Barnett and the admin team has done some discussions on how we're gonna restructure EMS. So if we're able to put in someone in an assistant role, then that vehicle would go to them.
Okay.
So all the vehicles are still accounted for, and so that's kind of what we're doing out of there. So I didn't ask for a supervisor vehicle because we've already got that, that's 2016 QRV that they're in.
And so the Tahoe, I guess it's a Tahoe, that's been, supervisors have been driving, was gonna,
That's rotated to Logan.
okay.
So, because one he ended up, JD, we ended up getting that one, that was a 2013. So. Equipment request, what we're going through and looking at on this, is we're looking at replacing some of the monitors. I have 6 monitors that is at the end of life. And the problem that we're running into is the new LifePak 35s is the name of the model and everything. They take different batteries, different cables, different pads. So if I go through and start changing out the current monitors that we have, we're looking at I think we're going to be seeing logistical problems. I don't want somebody showing up with the wrong monitor, with the wrong set of cables and all that. So we're looking at replacing all of them, so that way we're all in compliance and we don't have those accidents or anything that comes up. The LifePak CR2 AEDs, last year's budget was able to go through and purchase some. These are the AEDs that's in all the public access buildings of the county. So what we're doing with those is that we get everything back up to standard, and because those were approaching end of life, so that puts it there. So we're looking at this. We're actually looking at different things, whether doing a lease program over 6 years to pay for all this, so we're not paying for them all at one time coming out of it.
Joseph, can I ask you a question about that? Is there any grant money available for those AEDs for like nonprofits, churches? Does that question make sense?
It does. AED Super Center and AED, there's different ones that have the grants and everything out there. It's just finding them whenever they've got them running and applying for them. So there is different ones for nonprofits and all going.
Does the nonprofit have to do that, or do we do that as a county and then?
Whoever's needing it would be the one doing the request for it.
Would you be the resource person that they would contact?
They can reach out to me and I can help guide them on that.
Okay. Because our churches really, we have a lot of smaller to mid-sized churches. We were at Calvary West this past weekend. Well, on this past Sunday. Well, they have them, but they have a lot of resources. We have a lot of churches in Davie County that don't necessarily have those resources, but they do need those. And so, I just think it would be good if we could use our skills to help them try to find those,
Right.
you know, if we could. But
That's not a problem. We can help with that. If you look in the other part of the equipment, we have ventilators in there. Whenever I came in the 22-23 budget, was able to go through and get several ventilators, so we've got them on all the trucks. They're to the point now that we need to start thinking ahead of how to go through and replace these, because the ventilators that we have CPAP, BiPAP, so it helps a lot with the respiratory. It's cut down on a lot of the advanced skills that we've had to go through and do. So now we're looking at trying to update them and stay with providing the same service that we're already providing. The IV pumps, what those are is similar to what the hospitals have, but they're smaller. We're able to program with the medications that we need to go through and give by just hitting the button. Everything's pre-programmed, so there won't be any mistakes as far as medical stuff, as far as medications being administered wrong or anything like that. So you're not giving them too much or too little. So it goes by that. So that's something new that we're wanting to go through and add in to the agency. Technology, we're looking at safety. What we have now on the trucks is computers in the front with the big monitors that stick up, so sometimes it's hard to see the mirrors and all this other. And we've kind of watched what the fire department's done, what Cameron and the fire marshal's office has done as well by using the iPads. So we're looking at being able to take and make that smaller, and that's got the CAD terminal on it, so they can check and route on the scene, see what they're needing to see. And then also putting the same, different iPad in the back of the truck, so that one will be mounted and stationary. The other one will be able to go through and actually help as far as getting names and addresses correct on the first time by scanning the driver's license and all. So that's going to help with the billing company and as far as helping with the revenues, because there's a lot of times it's misspelled names, the date of birth's wrong, different things, and sometimes it's by hitting the buttons wrong, but this would actually be able to scan it and get it medications wise, scanning the meds that they have and be able to put into our reporting system. And also help with the telemedicine part whenever we start going out, like the weather, like if it gets icy, that way we can actually call into the hospital, doctors can see what's going on, and also we've got different ways of moving the agency forward. The Dell Rugged Pro setup, this is what the community paramedic already is using, because they're doing their computer in the truck as a desktop in their office, so it stays with them in their vehicle all the time. Any questions?
I have a question on your fleet. Have you taken delivery of all the ambulances that we had back ordered, that had been back ordered forever?
No, we've got the one in remount right now. We have done we put in a letter of intent on 3, and those would become available this year. So that would give us an opportunity for 3 ambulances. But me and Mr. Barnett and the admin team's been working on a plan to go through and get all of that squared away.
So if we've got our name in the hat for 3, why is it not on here?
Well, it's part of the plans that we had looking at getting those. And I mean, if I can defer to Mr. Barnett.
Because they'd come in this year for us to consider.
Yeah.
We're taking delivery in 6/30/26.
If they stay on schedule. Now, that was one time that was October, one time that was November. So we have to wait for those opportunities to come up. But we're hoping before this year's out, we'll have something in front of you.
So we'll just add them to the budget if they become available?
That's why we have fund balance. And with ambulances, you might be another 2 years out before you can get back in the groove to get them. This would bring our fleet. We have several vehicles over 100,000 miles, right?
We have some over 250,000 miles.
Yeah, we've got 275, 268, 218.
Now, we've been lucky. We've only, we have issues with our vehicles. Anything mechanical, going to have issues. We had one in an accident here recently. But our older vehicles are lasting. But lastly, we've had, not this fiscal year, but last fiscal year, we had a situation transporting someone in a vehicle when it broke down. And luckily, it wasn't a major medical emergency, but you know, we don't need that type of attention.
We had that this year, didn't we just have that recently, have a truck go down with the patient?
Not with a patient.
Okay, patient wasn't.
They was already dropped off, yes.
Okay.
So if it says 6/30/26, is that in, I mean, that date obviously is within the context of the current budget. Was that money allocated for those three during the current budget we're in?
It wasn't allocated. It was we put in the request so that we could bring it to you so that we could get on the list. We don't want to miss out an opportunity if there's one available. This is why we build up fund balance. And if we don't, I mean, I can tell you somebody else will jump in and take them.
So what is the optimum number of ambulances for your department?
Right now, 12, because of the convalescent service and the 911 service. So that, the 3 that we spoke for would take care of the 16s that have the 278, 268, 218 on the mileage. Now the 21s and all is already at 170,000. So I mean,
We need to go ahead and be speaking for the next round.
I've got a letter in already.
Yeah, we need to we need to get on the list.
Question about, you know, the retirements, the reorganization. I guess maybe if that's the right term. So when you go back and look at this new community paramedic, what does the reorganization along with the community paramedic look like as far as positions? Just one more position or
Yeah,
what?
so right now with the community, what we're looking at is the community paramedic program and the convalescent service was falling under the specialty services division. So that would be, that individual will be over the convalescent and the community paramedic. So you're taking 2 of the 3 parts of the EMS and putting them under one individual. So with the other stuff coming up, then you would still have the director spot. We're looking at an assistant, a director, and then somebody as far as an office assistant to go through, because when you take 20 years or more plus of experience, you can't put that on a brand new person and them go right into that same role. So you've got to divide everything out.
And most of the conversation that we've had about the reorganization would take place this year. If we can get everything administratively lined up, which we've taken several important steps, we really hope to have more ready in February. You know, we could be looking as early or late March or April.
So I've gave Mr. Barnett a succession plan for myself. So because as y'all know, I've gave my heart and soul to this organization, and I want it to be in good hands and make sure that citizens are took care of, the board's took care of. So we've got everything. So we've got a plan in place. I mean, everybody on the admin team knows how that's going to go through and work.
The truck that was in the accident, how bad was it damaged?
The estimates are coming back anywhere from $25,000 to $5,000 to fix it.
Is it still on the road? Did it have to come
It
out?
No, it can still be driven. I was just trying to get all the estimates and everything done.
From 5 to 25,000.
From 2,500 to 5,000.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's
The bumper's paying for itself because that's those big bumpers on the front.
Anything else for Joseph? Okay, thank you, sir.
Joseph, I will ask this, and I'm sure we'll see it, but these equipment requests, do you have a dollar figure of what those?
I've got a few of them. The ventilators are around 7,000 a piece. The IV pumps are around 3,000 a piece. So, I mean, that's the big things. The life pack monitors and the AEDs on the 6 years, I think we'd end up paying, let me find it, I got it right here, I'm sorry. With the monitors, with the finance and everything, would be $245,282 a year for 6 years. And that would take care of all the monitors and all the AEDs, along with the services that come out and do the management of them and upgrades. You wouldn't have to buy monitors for about 15 years.
And you said the ventilators were what now?
7,000.
7,000 times,
One per truck?
One per truck.
so 7,000 times 12.
I've got it right here. So monitors are about 60, 61, 62 apiece. The ventilators, total of all of it together is gonna be about 94, cause that's about, it was 70, 76, somewhere up in there. And then for the IV pumps, it'll be about 36,000.
So as you can see, the truck itself isn't cheap, and there's nothing cheap in the truck.
Well, that's because it's critical. And it has to be available, so they know that, so they can charge us whatever they wanna charge us, but we have to have it, so.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Fire Marshal Webb?
Good afternoon, Board.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, busy.
Yes.
So as far as state or federal changes that are going to impact the Fire Marshal's office, it's been brought to you guys' attention earlier this year. The 2024 Fire Code has been published. We are not allowed to use it as of right now. Chief State Fire Marshal has not signed off on the use of it. So now my group is taking the time and going to the trainings. I think our next training is probably going to be April 16th. We'll be going through a code revision, changes, things we can expect. Why is that a big impact? It's going to make us a lot busier. We've been told there's things like food truck regulations. We'll be having to check those probably annually or depending on where they lie within their jurisdiction. So we could have some folks coming from Winston-Salem over to Davie County Park. I know we have food truck week, things like that. So trying to make sure that we're staying on top of that is going to be big, so that we regulate the code the correct way and don't use old technology or old information to enforce the code by law. Administrative code is going to be the same way. We don't anticipate very many changes with it, but I'm sure there'll be something in there. So those are just some of the things that we're going to have to be looking at doing. Plans review may take us a little bit longer to get through, or just some of the key points there to take away. So my personnel request, again, I'm coming back to you to request full-time squad personnel. This is just to get another full-time staff member. Currently, our motto is we're backstaffing with part-time. And that was doing well for a while, but the problem we run into now is a lot of the bigger municipal areas are paying a lot of overtime, and for what they come in. We're competitive with pay. I don't disagree with that at all. We're right there with the rest of the fire departments here in the county, but when they can stay at their full-time job and make $1,000 working a 24-hour shift, it is their full-time job, especially if they get callbacks. So if we could keep that 2 in, 2 out, that safety method when we reach the fire ground with the associated fire chiefs and jurisdictions, I'd really appreciate the support there. Yeah, and then also the investigations and emergency management operation. Another full-time person would allow me to increase staffing during emergency operations. As you know, we're probably going to be looking into heading into that this weekend, and another full-time person sure would help me out.
Cameron, if you got that if you, that full-time position, then your part-time positions would really only be if you had a full-timer out, or would you still have a regular rotating spot for a part-timer?
So I'm happy to report that Squad 81 just recently went its 10-year anniversary, and when myself and Lonnie got hired, we worked different 4 10-hour shifts. So Mondays and Fridays would be available for part-time.
Okay.
Unless the board or Mr. Barnett requested a different schedule.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Admin support, we put in for this last year. Again, I still see a huge need in it. I'm not going to sit here and say that I necessarily do 2 full-time jobs of 1 person, but the duties of both have become a lot. There's been some things put on my plate, and I take those very seriously, and I want to stay on top of them. I couldn't do it without the support of my staff and the staff here at the second floor, IT, and all my other colleagues. But somebody to be there all the time when I need to be away from the office, answering phones, scheduling fire inspections. Those things are getting done, but we have missed a couple opportunities here recently where we weren't there.
I also think that position would be beneficial to all of our fire departments in the county because that person may be able to keep them informed of things they might miss because a lot of our chiefs work other jobs. So.
I think it could definitely be a robust, what that looks like. Definitely communication between myself and the fire chiefs, things that I'm not able to send out immediately. I could definitely have that information relayed through this person. And again, having that constant person there in the office, no running calls, no investigations, no firefighting duties. It's not to say we might not hire a person like that, but familiar with Munis, familiar with fireworks, our RMS, and the inspection process. Capital requests. Some of these are a little bit redundant. I think the biggest one, Brad hit on it earlier with his, is the building for FM/EM storage. I know there's been a lot of names put on this, and I know there's been some questions for folks that are, talking with me about it here and there. I think this is a huge need, and I think that this, if it was built yesterday, could be a place where people go. People know where to go. If we're bringing resources in, it's big enough to house folks. It's big enough for anything that we're going to need it for. We're structuring that around Hurricane Helene, but here again, we're getting ready to have another significant event that may impact our county, and people need a place to go. We need a standalone EOC. Currently, we share our EOC with Joseph as a training facility, as well as our EOC. And we do make it work, and it was put in a very, very long time ago, but I think it is time to start thinking about how we get some of these free things where we're going to store them. And again, this isn't a me thing. If county folks, colleagues, I've talked to everybody who's got a storage need, we'll help facilitate that the best that we can. And I know there's been a question just regarding, an all-inclusive building. Why do we need sleeping quarters or, standalone EOC versus a training room? Go to any county, and a lot of their EOCs are flip switch ready. We turn on the switch, we turn on the lights, we get our IT folks in, data rooms, breakout rooms, able to have conversations privately versus out in the open with the rest of the EOC staff. It's just a huge need. Storage, I think it speaks for itself. There's just a lot of things we've kind of had to turn away here lately. I've got about 12 trailers sitting outside right now and have been for a very long time. And those cost impacts a lot are tires. When it gets hot, they start melting, they start degrading, and we have to replace them. Air packs, a lot of these things right here going into the firefighting component, our air packs are 10 years old. We got a little bit of life left in them, but I definitely want everyone to start thinking about what that looks like. An air pack, if you were to buy it just alone, they're about $15,000, and we're not looking at anything extraordinary, just the basic firefighting stuff. So, bottle filling station, I'm happy that we have one currently, but I did get it on a donation or very limited cost to the county when we got ours. Just getting close to time for replacement on it. Radios, it is just building upon kind of a plan that I brought before you before. I'm very close contact with Tony and Nathan about these radios and what we're going to do for the future. Starlink kit, Tony has built a very robust Starlink kit in department directors meetings. I've asked that if they want to build one for themselves, definitely reach out to Tony. We have played with ours and we've gotten ours up in the air and got it connected, and he has built a very, very good, robust system. 2 new FM trucks. So I know trucks are a big need. With inspections come more wear and tear, especially with all the inspections that we are doing and the places that my guys are having to go. Currently, we have a 2011 and a 2014 Chevrolet truck, I believe, and we got those kind of secondhand from Brad. They fit the need, but they are getting some high mileage on them, and we are having to do some replacements on that. Okay, I think that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions for Cameron?
I do. If you were just going to, step one, get a storage facility for all your equipment, how many feet would you need?
I would still shoot for that 50,000 square feet, 28 foot tall, high rack storage, and then a place in the middle to where, ultimately we could put our trailers and things like that. And then the old hospital ground is where I would project it to go, since we already own that property.
Anyone else? Cameron, I want to put you on the spot just a tiny bit. Can you really quickly tell us some of the things y'all have done this week to prepare for this weekend? Because I know you've been spreading some resources out.
We'll have to get several other people up here, but if I miss
Just a
anything,
quick
somebody
over-
just
just a
hit us
brief.
up. There's been a lot of planning. There's been a lot of what ifs. I think our county, our leadership, colleagues sitting here in the audience, fire department personnel, we've all been trying to figure out what direction to take. I know right now there's a lot of screaming on Facebook about us not doing anything, but I can assure you guys that everybody sitting in this room that's got anything to do with anything in this county is doing just that. We are preparing. I've talked with Suzanne. I've talked with Mr. Barnett. Joseph the same way. Fire departments are preparing and upstaffing. I think that's going to be a big thing. Joseph's upstaffing. I'm upstaffing, this weekend. So upstaffing, getting resources here. We've put in for several resource requests. We've gotten all of those, best of my knowledge. I do need to check WebBOC for a couple of them. We are monitoring and checking the weather constantly. People are calling me constantly, checking on those things. We're looking at how we're going to be resilient through all this. Power outage is a big thing right now. Sheltering is a big topic right now, and we are working through all those processes. So sheltering, resource requests, and just keeping everybody who needs to be kept up to date right now. We're also communicating with our municipals, so most of them have most of the up-to-date information as well as to how we're preparing.
Well, I know that you've taken some cots and things like that to our fire department, so if they have to have overnight, they
Yes.
lay their head down for a second and things like that, so.
So for the fire departments that don't have sleeping quarters, we have tried to facilitate that. We are trying to keep some things in because at the end of the day, we have to kind of get everybody taken care of. So, but we have been able to fulfill all those requests. I'll be working in the very near future with Suzanne about, what that looks like over at the government center. And then we're preparing for other things as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll add real quick that public utilities, general services, and 911 are all already in talks of having additional staff here over the weekend in place, just in case any of their roles need to be expanded.
Absolutely.
And we are very grateful for all of you for doing that. And hopefully we're over prepared, so.
I hope so. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Miss Suzanne?
Good afternoon. I saw a few slides earlier that said, I do not anticipate any major changes. I can't say that. I don't know what our major changes are, because we don't have a state budget or any clear guidance yet on what the future is going to look like. But three things that I do know for sure are up on your screen. It's the impact DSS, the Food Nutrition Services. For about the past 50 years, the federal government's paid 50% of our employees' salary and fringe, but that's changing effective October of 2026. So they're asking us to pick up an additional 25% of that cost. So we would be paying 75% of our salary and fringe for 7 staff members working in food and nutrition services. That's about $187,000, or just a little over. And then for domestic violence, our Davie Center for Violence Prevention got notice that our VOCA grant was also reduced by about $13,000. And this time, for the first time, I believe, they're requiring $11,000 county match. And then Senior Services got notified that PTRC is cutting their funds by about $8,000. We run about 190 meals a day for probably 350 plus days out of the year. And our contract is up for renewal, and the meal costs have gone up by $1. So if you factor that in with mileage and everything, we're looking at about an additional $78,000. Now, I do have a couple of wild card situations. We don't know how this is going to impact us in the future, but it's impacting us now. You've probably heard that the state transitioned to Healthy Blue Together, or a tailored plan for children in foster care. You're going to hear it called a couple different things, but in the past, we've worked with Partners Health Management, and they've been able to work with us in 2 to 3 days time frame to get children placed timely. Right now, with the new state plan, it's a minimum of 8 days turnaround, which means everything that happens in that 8 days is county cost up front. but they're under contract to pay us back. But we've just not seen it yet, but I feel like they're under contract, so it's supposed to come back to us. The second piece of this is there's a current funding freeze on one of our codes to get reimbursement from the state. Unlike on the health side, we have stop work orders. So if there's a funding issue, they will issue a stop work order. Well, you can't issue a stop work order for child welfare, so they just put a freeze on the code that you use to receive reimbursement for your services. So that's an additional county cost. And until the state budget is approved, I think that's gonna continue. So you'll see a lot more expenses for DSS right now, but hopefully that'll be remedied once the budget is approved. And so finally, basically, we're just asking to maintain our approved base budget from 25-26, and we're only asking for an additional 25% for DSS. Brandy and I have looked at her budget. We think we can figure out how to cover the 13,000, but we're gonna have to make sure that our current budget is maintained, including the staffing levels. Because we had a staffing change, and I think the offset in cost is gonna help us cover that piece of it. So I think we're covered there. And senior services, they got a sizable donation a few years ago for Meals on Wheels. So I think we're gonna figure out how to cover that cost for the next couple of years, our increased cost for a couple of years with that foundation money, instead of having to ask for additional money from the county. So.
Well, if that doesn't work out, please do ask for that, because that's something we definitely want to make sure is in place.
Absolutely. We don't want our seniors to go without food.
Absolutely not.
Brent and I have crunched numbers. He and his team have crunched numbers, and so I think we figured out a way to make this work.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Suzanne?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff?
You can go ahead to the next one, ma'am. Ooh, that looks different than it did when I made it. Thank y'all for opportunity to speak. I think the first slide is just showing you very quickly what our preliminary numbers look like in the three primary categories you usually see from us. 26,141 calls answered, which was a slight drop. In actual cases open, criminal cases, 3,400, which was a slight drop, but the numbers arrested and booked into our detention center went up slightly. Again, preliminary numbers. So what are my budget pressures for the coming year? You have actually seen this slide the last 2 years. I just use it again because it's the exact same budget pressures over the last couple of years. Personnel cost is directly related to recruitment, retention, and office performance. There still is a major move to recruit from each other, agencies recruiting, et cetera, agencies offering incentives, et cetera, to recruit, salaries going up. It has become a very competitive market, and that continues. That has not changed. Biggest operational problem for us at future is the general operational cost increases. I think you've heard that all day today. Costs continue to go up for everything. Vendors are moving to different pay models for my world, and I think a lot of your other agencies here or other departments, it's moving to a lease product. You can't purchase anymore, you can only lease. An example of that is tasers. Axion, who is the company that owns Taser now, they have moved to a solely lease model. You cannot buy a Taser. The last time we upgraded any of our Tasers, we bought refurbished. But what Axion has done in their model over the last couple of years is you have to turn everything in when you sign new contracts with them. So they've eliminated the used market. There's nothing out there. anymore to get parts or used ones or repairs on what you have. So I think not in this budget, but just as an example, when we go back and have to redo tasers or upgrade our tasers again, I won't have a choice but to go to their lease model, and then I'm trapped by them from now on. Unless we're going to take tasers away from officers, and I don't envision doing that. And then, of course, as we've been talking about for several years, the detention center is a budget impact. And it's a major budget impact all the way around, from capital to just daily operational costs. That has not changed. Ma'am? So,
Can I say something?
absolutely.
About that real quick? In discussion with a couple of other of our commissioners, we're talking about the pod, the pod, $8 million. Brad brings forward an employee. We know very well that and I don't want to even say it on streaming, that somebody's going to come at some point and make comment. Now, my whole point throughout this process has been that the taxpayers of Davie County are not going to accept a tax increase to build a jail. Okay?
I don't disagree with you.
And I know you don't.
Yeah.
But here's what I would say to those, including us on this dais. If we can find a creative way to build what we know we're going to have to do without piecemealing this thing, and I know you've said this for years, and so have others, we probably need to start that discussion. But I can tell you, if that discussion will not be within the context of tax increases to do it, will be kind of a non-start. Will be a non-starter. But I just believe if we can find dollars to piecemeal, we should be able to find dollars maybe to put this thing together. We won't have this discussion we won't have a solution between now and the end of the month. But I really would like for those of us that seem to be able to find money in some way, shape, or form to do necessities, to begin the discussion to find this money, so we don't have to keep piecemealing this thing together. And I don't know if is obviously you agree with 100% of what I just said.
I do, absolutely.
But I just want to put that on the record.
Yep.
That say, hey, it's time for us to begin to have discussion here within the context of what I just said. Yes. That's one person. But so go ahead.
I would say, Mr. Jones, and I do agree with you. I would say that, and I think I've told all of y'all this in public and in private conversation, that one of my tasks as sheriff is to present to you what we have, and that's what I'm doing. I think we're in that position, just like you said. At some point, we're going to have to do something. It's just what and how are we going to do it?
Well, and I want to say this too. If the state legislature can find $90 million to build a jail in Cleveland County,
yes, sir,
they can help find money to build what you need here in Davie.
You would think they could. Yeah. I do not.
Now, I'm not blaming that on our legislators. I'm just saying the system needs to focus.
And not just Cleveland County. They found funds.
Oh, yeah.
For multiple counties.
And we'll take care of building schools.
Yep.
That's our job. But we need, Brent made the great point that, the justice system, it runs all the way through the system, from Davie County to Raleigh. Right. And there needs to be some coordination there to help us in this regard.
And I think we all know, when we're streaming, that we have worked those processes and asked for those funds, and we have tried multiple times in multiple ways to get additional funding for a jail and have not been able to do that yet.
Well, hopefully we will be able to figure that out. And Mark has a great point, because we are spending a lot of money keeping it going and piecing it together and trying to Band-Aid it together. But also, I think a point that the average citizen may not think about, and that I do think about is the benefit that a new detention center would be for the employees who have to work there, for their safety. That, you know, that has to be taken into consideration too, because they the conditions that they're having to deal with now, we sure do thank them for being there, don't we, Sheriff?
I am blessed with great employees, and I say this often, that is the hardest job in this county. Unless you've worked out there and been out there and stayed out there, you have no idea. So.
But I agree with Mark. We definitely need to hopefully find some solutions to this.
Yes, ma'am.
One comment and one question.
Yes, ma'am. Or, sir, excuse me.
Yeah. I hope I don't look like a man. But anyway, to piggyback on what Mark said, and I've said numerous times and we've talked about, is that, you know, we know by statute you are deemed the head jailer.
Right.
But after you get past the statutory thing, you know, the whole criminal justice system and Department of Corrections and all these things are a state-ran kind of entity, including the court systems and everything else. And it seems like this is something that state monies ought to be helping to pay for. I won't go on and on about that.
But the general statute says that you, the county, i.e. the county, is responsible for building and maintaining a county jail. And I don't disagree with you. I
know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because the statutes say one thing, but then it's kind of more of an unfunded mandate. But my budgetary logistical question is this. We put $8 million into a pod, and I think you and Brad described that it's not like it becomes obsolete. It can still have some utilitarian purpose.
It could.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Does 2 pods push it further, or is that where you get into the, like, we spent $16 million and then we still need to build $40 million? It doesn't look like it's going to, it doesn't look like the pod thing, not knocking that you're looking into it, but it doesn't look like the pod thing is going to satisfy this thing for any foreseeable long term.
I don't believe so, no. And I'll give you an example of what we're presenting or what we're showing you was just an option to look at. I think that's my responsibilities to give y'all all the options that might be out there, or other ways, or as you're talking about, non-traditional ways, and it's a term I use quite often, but to do this. But there are things in that number we're giving you that are not true cost. For example, a pod sits outside the current control system, or even in a new jail. If you still utilize that pod, it's going to sit outside of what you build, and the control center and how that new facility would be built to manage inmates, which means there may be additional personnel needs, etc., that you wouldn't need with the new facility, just because you're outside of how you would manage those inmates or control those particular inmates in that pod sitting over here by itself, so to speak. Those are all things that are planning things if you decided to actually look at the pod thing or move forward with it to push the construction of the other part out down the road somewhere till we could find funds. Again, I think Brad and I and my staff just are presenting you ideas and things as we move forward or look at these projects. Again, you know, and you all know we have blueprints, we had plans to go out, and going back to my previous slide, the cost of the world and what it costs to do things just torpedoed that, basically. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Go back, ma'am. So other things that may impact my budget coming up, I am subject to a lot of the unfunded mandates that you speak of. I mean, and things that implicate me. So
In 2025, there were 1,755 new laws or new bills presented in the House and Senate. Only 94 of those actually got elected into law. It's amazing, isn't it? But 30 of those directly impact the sheriff's office. One of those, for example, is a separation allowance. I think that's a learning curve. I would say to y'all that 26, 27 are going to be really and truly learning years for us. And I think for the whole county, just listening to some of your directors this morning talking about AI and technologies and those kinds of things, I think we're all in a new learning curve, so to speak, to see where we're going to end up and how those things might end. To your point, a statement you made this morning about staffing levels, I think all those things are a new learning curve for how technology can impact that, or reduce costs for that, all those types of things. Separation allowance changes the formula that's been in place for as long as I've been a law enforcement officer. It allows people to work longer and not retire, which may impact your county's budgets, not just mine, but the county budget overall, health insurance, for example. That still remains to be seen how that's going to impact it, okay? Irina's Law, I'm sure everybody's heard the discussions about that. It is possibly going to be a nightmare. I don't intend to ask for any people. I had some captains that really pushed to ask for additional people, but again, my thought looking at it as a whole is it is a learning curve. I don't know how these things are going to impact it or technologies we're looking at are going to impact it, and I need the time before I come to you and ask for additional people to know and have those facts in hand to show you that. Irina's Law may impact us. I have no doubt it'll impact us in December. Part of that law went into effect this past December. It is already causing us some heartache and heartburn. But this coming December, the second half of it goes into effect, which would require magistrates and judges, if they have even an inkling or a thought that somebody might have a mental health issue or that kind of thing, that before they can release them, etc., they have to be sent for a mental health evaluation. Guess who gets to do all that? Your deputies. They get to take them to the hospital, stay with them, do. Without being there yet, just guessing what that's going to impact and listening to the criminal justice system's rumor mills, so to speak, that may tremendously increase the amount of time and effort and funding that's going to be needed to handle that with deputies. So the other House bill that really may impact us is the Illegal Alien Enforcement Act. It basically just makes us spend a lot more time to check people, make sure they're legal, etc. And then requires us to bring them over to see magistrates and judges and that we currently don't do. So it's an impact of manpower and man hours, okay? That's an example. Administrative rule changes is another example of how we get impacted. I have on there sunrise and sunset. So out of the blue, this is just one example of what happens to us. The governing boards for law enforcement in the state decided to change the rule for qualifying with a handgun or weapons. And they decided to use something, the nautical whatever, that the U.S. Naval Observatory discovers for sunset. And we cannot qualify, and we have to provide proof for everybody that qualifies that they followed that sunset rule based on the Naval Observatory. So that changes when we can qualify for night fire. We can't qualify too late, so as that changes, there are nights that we totally lose the ability to train somebody
You now have to also have a night, well, they don't call it combat course anymore. They call it something else. But we have to do that at night now. That's required, which extends the amount of training you have to do at night. But yet I'm limited to a time frame at night. So where you used to be able to qualify day and night in one afternoon, evening, now it's going to take 2 days. Well, I got to pay people for 2 days. I got to pay instructors for 2 days. I still have to figure out the schedules to keep people working while these people are qualifying, etc. That impacts our budget. And that's an example of a non-funded mandate. Ma'am? That's really all I have. I'll be happy to answer or try to answer any questions you might have.
Sheriff, I want to go back to this detention center and the cost and some of the points that have been made. So if we were in fantasy world and had $40 million today to start building this facility, and we could get it built in 2 years, would we need the pod, or would you be self-contained in that $40 million design?
If we're in fantasy or world and you can start today, he can go out to bid. I think actually we'd have to have our blueprints updated at this point, right? We've gone past the time where our blueprints are still good, so you'd need to update those. So you'd start that process. You're probably looking at construction 6 months from now, or going out to a bid if we have to do that. If you could do that, no, I don't think you need the pod. During that 2 years, I'd still be functioning just like I am, having to house people other places, transport them, move them around. But that has kind of become this is not just me, this is other sheriffs that are dealing with this too. I just got an email, or all the sheriffs got an email from the Buncombe County Sheriff. He needs to house 90 people somewhere, and he's looking for anybody that would give him bed space. It is a fight. Major Rechtenwald called Yakin to ask them to house some males. They're only housing females for us. They told her no. We have not been able to find anybody that has extra bed space to house males, because I'm over capacity now on both male and female. So, does that answer your question, sir?
It does, but if again, if we were in fantasy world and we would get an $8 million discount, so to speak, if we went ahead and didn't kick the can, I think that's something as a board we need to really think about, because, you know, you capture, it's already been presented by Brad that we need an extra person basically to keep what we got with, you know, duct tape and baling wire together, and that doesn't count, that's just personnel costs. That doesn't count all the operational costs and inefficiencies. Right. So, again, you know, and as Commissioner Jones said, you know, we need less criminals. I think we can all agree with that, and nobody wants to spend their tax dollars to maintain this group. But, you know, that's the way it is. So, I am going to be in favor of looking at this sooner rather than later, just to capture some of these apparent savings. So,
okay. Sheriff or Brad, either one question. Any kind of example, as we're thinking through this, of a major Band-Aid expense in the last few years that had to be done out there? Just
well, there's one on your CIP right now, which is the grinder, the pump station.
right.
We got the pump station, recently had to do the smoke HVAC.
Yeah, the smoke 8, how much was the smoke 8? That's the one I was trying to remember.
At around $275. Getting in through design and construction, they went in and found that the louvers that were initially installed that we thought were sufficient for the new design, we had to come back and replace those. They were horizontal instead of vertical. And then we've also got the generator. So that's, I think we're at $385 for that. So in the last couple of years, we've spent $1 million looking at
So, anything else after those that maybe jump out at you in the next 2-3 years that might be major? I know anything can happen at any time, but
Well, if we follow our pattern over the past 10 years, I will promise you before the end of this year, something is going to break. And when we go to fix it, we're going to find out that it is just, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're looking at probably holding at least 250,000 in a jail contingency.
But that's it. If the cavalry was coming, we could maybe bob and weave and maybe defer some of that, maybe.
Well, I mean, you're not going to have a choice. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything?
Anything else?
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Before you bring Tony back up, and you want to bring Tony up because that's our last
so.
public safety. I do want to throw one more thing out there. This is something the chair and I have talked about earlier in the fall. We neglected to put on one of the slides, but you probably will see during the budget process. We had talked about looking into bringing in support services for public safety, clinical services that they can use if they are in high stress or those hard to deal with situations that sometimes they run across. So I don't have any figures today, but I just wanted to just remind you of that you may see it later in the budget process.
Tony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Hope y'all are having a wonderful afternoon here before this weather sets in. So I'm Tony Scarlett, and I'm going to deliver our IT budget summary. So from technology, what's new? So our first bullet point is our cybersecurity and infrastructure. We have a couple of unfunded cybersecurity projects out there, initiatives that we'd like to move forward with. One particular initiative we have found would be quite useful towards making our staff more productive during their day, which literally translates to man hours saved. We are also dealing with some end-of-life critical infrastructure, reaching not only end of life, but end of support. And this is above and beyond our normal computer rotation program, which is a 5-year program where we rotate out older machines that are no longer supported, no longer secure, and we replace them with newer machines. We have an increased demand for on-site support of our critical systems. So we will be requesting a service vehicle this year to accommodate that. With our GIS mapping, our current GIS system, it lacks formal administration. It lacks a formal administrator, formal ownership, and by not having that formal administrator, it's putting that system at undue risk. If you would, the next slide. So we're actually going to ask for a GIS administrator, which would be an upgrade of our current GIS analyst. And I'll get down just a bit, maybe into the weeds on this. Our prior CTO came up through the ranks of GIS. In the background, he saw the need to bring in someone that he could train up, an analyst. And in the background, he was literally that GIS administrator long after he had taken a position of CTO. That was his forte, and that's what he did. He did it well, and God rest his soul. He was great. Now with the volume that we have, this system has no formal administrator, no formal owner that can protect the data integrity, updates to this system, upgrades to this system, one of which is happening today as we speak, and with all of the access controls in place, and helping to foment that cross departmental function and coordination because GIS, if you look at it, that's pretty critical to a lot of our departments, from 911 to development services, our mapping, for our folks out there in the Register of Deeds office. It's becoming more and more involved all the time, and we foresee that just expanding. If we can get this GIS administrator position, should the county itself grow to the point that it needs an analyst again on the back end, we could address that at that point. Someone that basically is loading addresses and that type of stuff in maps. We're also asking that our admin assistant be turned into a full-time position. With our we have increased vendor volume and procurement activity across all departments. The current role is insufficient to meet the workload demands and the accuracy that's required for that workload. Currently, if say a phone call comes in the afternoon, somebody just wants an update on a ticket. Well, we have to pull somebody off, one of our more highly paid technical staff, off of a project. And as you know, people generally don't multitask, they context shift. So this person has to go into this context shifted mode, speak with this person, deal with this situation, what have you, that could have been dealt with at a much lower level. Then they context shift back to where they are. They've lost how much time trying to, in that period of time doing the context shifting. This position would greatly help with that first level, first touch kind of support, where somebody calls in, again, perhaps they're asking for an update on a ticket, or perhaps they need to be reminded that they should put in a ticket, or they're just literally wanting an update on an issue that they're having. And this person can actually read off the notes of that trouble ticket and let them know what's going on, and it prevents a lot of that lost time from that. Marketing conditions right now. So generally in IT, we figure somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 10% year-over-year cost for our hardware and software. That's just how pricing goes. Currently, there are 3 main manufacturers of memory chips in the world. 2 of them are dedicated purely to AI, basically because they get 10x on their margin for it. AI is sucking up basically all the memory that's available out there. The consumer market still exists, so that has made an artificially high pricing for memory out there in the market. And just like a bell curve, eventually this will peak off because demand will eventually meet supply. Currently, it's astronomical. But just like in most instances we've seen in the past, we'll encounter higher lows. Once we reach that curve, start down the other side, we're not going to end up back where we were. We're going to end up a bit higher. AI is literally consuming all of the memory that's out there. In the past several months, I've seen RAM go from $100 a stick to $700 a stick, and that's a drastic increase. So the specific impact, as a result of that, we have projected that this year we could see up to and perhaps even more than a 30% increase in the cost of our compute. And so that wraps up my presentation. And I would be glad to answer any questions you all may have.
Any questions for Tony?
On that cheery note, the GIS coordinator or manager, administrator, thank you, is there, Mr. Gaddy presented their mapping needs. Is there synergy here? Is one person can do this for you and for the tax office? Are they totally siloed?
There is overlap there. There's definitely overlap, and I realize they have a vendor that does their thing, but there's definitely overlap in between the two, and there can be more of that. And part of our aim is to encourage that intra-departmental cooperation and overlap with that. We looked out at other counties around us, comparably sized counties, and in every case, we found that they do indeed have a GIS admin. May not be called that, may be called coordinator, GIS manager, but all of our counties out there, generally, they do indeed have a GIS administrator. And what normally transpires is when you get into the GIS business, you start out with an admin. You build out the Esri environment, you get things going, you get your maps and all going. And then you hire on an analyst once you grow. Right now, we're kind of reversed, and we're looking to address that.
Question,
Yes,
Tony, sort of to Tony and Jamin, but it's not, I mean, it's not where do you foresee it where the two could be meshed into totally one,
Right.
or how common or uncommon is that?
Yeah, and you're going to pretty much always see a hybrid situation as opposed to a completely just single source of fact.
But I mean, there's a function, I guess, that Tax Mapper has specifically germane to Tax Mapper versus GIS analyst, or?
Yes, those are completely separate. Yes, sir. You do have, indeed, Jamin has his folks, and that's what they do in their part of ArcGIS Desktop Pro is they do that tax parcel mapping and stuff, and Danny has as an analyst in an entirely different area. But yes, indeed, that's where the circles kind of cross.
Do you visualize this position as being something that your current analyst could move into?
Absolutely.
I mean, logically, of course, this is not my expertise, but it really does seem, and I think we're all might be kind of thinking the same thing, that could be able to combine in some way for a county our size.
So for 911, who does your mapping, Rodney?
Correct. That's one of our functions, is to update those maps as needed.
We also do utilities.
So we get clarity again. You talking about combine what?
The tax position, or at least part of those responsibilities.
Some of those, but I mean, make sure you said, just so we're on the same page, that Tax Mapper is enough of a uniqueness unto itself.
Yes.
It's not like we're gonna get rid of a position
Negative.
trying to do this.
No, those are two completely different positions.
Tony, when you were speaking about overlap a while ago, were you talking about there's an overlap between the GIS analyst and the GIS administrator? That they would still be doing some.
Oh, yes.
The administrator would still be
Yes.
doing
Our
analyst position, not necessarily tax mapping.
Our GIS administrator would absolutely still be handling the analyst duties there, but their focus would shift from these perhaps a bit lower level priorities up into this higher level zone to make sure that the system itself is taken care of and properly maintained, and at the same time still handling those lower level responsibilities. Again, if they expand and grow and this county just explodes, then we may need to drop back and look at actually hiring somebody to fill that particular seat, an analyst seat.
I'm gonna ask another question that may be uneducated, but just from observation.
Mm-hmm.
Danny helped me quite a bit recently with some stuff, but we ran into some issues, and this is not a finger pointing thing. This is asking if that's something that would be able to reconcile easier this way, like with maybe the updated nature of map layers, different things being loaded and all that, or is that strictly just a low-end function? And
it really, when it comes to map layers, Sometimes you have analysts doing that. Sometimes it's actually the sysadmin, the actual admin himself doing that. So there's kind of an overlap right there, and it depends on how complex what you're talking about is.
But like if another department head or person that provides information, is that going to give them more, I don't know if freedom's the right word, but is that going to give them more administrative capability to address something that might be quasi data entry or adding it and maybe quasi administrator rights? I don't know if that makes sense. Does he put them at a level of authority where they can fix something?
Correct. And again, that comes with that system ownership. They would then have the ability to work with said person and, if need be, make that call.
There could be some efficiencies, really.
Absolutely. We're talking about efficiencies, for sure.
Anybody else have anything for Tony? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You all have a great day.
Brian?
All right, we're going to end our day with one of our favorite topics, fire funding. Just wanted to get a early jump on this discussion. Normally, I know one of the conversations we typically run into in May is we're having a discussion in May. So moving it to the earlier part of the budget. Just to go through a quick breakdown, I think a lot of you are on the board, but historically from 2010 to 2019, we were paying around $135,000 to each of our fire departments. And in 2020 and 2021, we did increase that slightly to $136,000. So I think we've made significant inroads in our fire funding from a county standpoint. If you look from 2021 to this fiscal year 2026, where we did. If there's one thing about reval, I know it's not a favorite topic, but if you're going to have an increase in your fire funding, that's the year to do it. And I think we took advantage of that. And so we made a pretty significant increase to our fire departments, up to $315,000 for our base level. Nobody likes to say smaller departments, but our base fire departments, we've made that jump to $315,000, which from 2021 is a 132% increase. So with our current model, you all know we have a 4-cent wide county tax. If you look at our fire districts, we take the revenue of that 4 cent and we give to each fire department what that generates. As you know, it varies. Some don't generate a lot and some generate a whole lot more. So therefore, the ones who don't generate up to our amount of $315, the general fund does subsidize the difference. That can equal up between 3 to 4 cents each year that we bring that funding up. Question that the chair had with myself, finance and tax, was what does that look like? So just wanted to give you a snapshot this year. When you look at our base departments, I will point out that County Line and Sheffield also receive funding from Iredell County. So that's partly why their number looks a little bit weirder than you might think, given the size of those districts. But for our districts, if we had to tax to get to the 315 mark, as you can see, as low as an additional 7 cents, as high as 28 cents, even though that's slightly skewed with the Iredell County numbers. But just to give you a snapshot of how we get to the 315 for these particular fire departments. I did not include the 3 that are primarily in other counties because it's a little bit different, and obviously slightly way different on the funding when you look at those 3. They're still important, but I think for our discussion, it's a different, it's an apple to a pear compared to apples with these departments. So, whether or not we want to discuss this now or we want to discuss this through the budget process, there were a couple things that, I think over the last year that I thought were pretty good discussion topics for you all to discuss. One thing I wanted to point out, the 4 cent's been in place. The 4 cent is older than me. So it was put in place in 1981. The second bullet point, I think we know the answer already because the individual fire taxing districts just not going to generate across the board, the 315 that we currently, so that, last thing I want to do is go backwards. I know we've talked about those Iredell County departments. You know, they do get money from Iredell County, and we still fund them at the same level that we fund our fully in-county departments. Do we want to factor that into our conversation this spring? We've looked at new funding models. I will tell you the difficult part of looking at some other counties of what they're doing. They're coming from the individual fire tax district and changing models. So it makes it a whole lot easier to use their funding models than to take our 4 cent and try to change to match them. We looked at particularly Johnston County. You know, they were taxing individual departments as low as 7 cent up to 12 cent. And basically what they did is they merged on I wouldn't call it an average, but they took and made a county-wide tax so that they didn't have any departments go backwards. And it worked better for them. It works well. It's very difficult to apply that to what we do here without financially hurting the departments that we have. I know we've had discussions on, do we want to place caps on some of our larger departments, place a cap on that 4 cent revenue, and then maybe shift that around to the base departments. And then lastly, you know, do we want to start looking at creating some type of capital reserve, kind of like Johnny talked about in utilities, where you have a set amount of money every year, whether you're paying yourself to bank it down the road or you're paying yourself to look at individual purchases each year. The only thing that I don't have on the list that I should have included also was the idea of looking at maybe a fire commission. Right now, by law, you all serve as the fire commission. Other counties utilize that fire commission to make those tough recommendations for you to then review and make the final decision. The final decision always lies on the county commissioners, even if the fire commission makes recommendations, just like our other boards and committees do with us as well. So those are kind of the things that I know from last budget up until literally last week that we've talked about when looking at fire funding. Obviously, I think, you know, at the core, we're going to go into this budget not going backwards. 315 is the amount that we established. We've not gone backwards ever. We've maintained funding, but we've never gone backwards. And I don't anticipate, unless something dramatic happens, that we're going to make a recommendation to go backwards. But I would say at this point, you know, if there's any feedback that you guys want us to look into deeper through this spring, we will do so. Or if there's any mentality right now that you really want to see, try to make it to the end, we'll also look at that. So just wanted to throw that out there. I do know that a couple of you are close on time, so we may not get too deep in the conversation today, but that's just kind of where we are, so we're looking for any feedback.
I would like for us to consider, and we don't have to make this decision, of course, today, but I would like for my fellow board members to consider this, because we have tossed this around for a while, and for several years, we have been the designated fire commission, even though, in my opinion, we really have not acted as such. I think that it's time for us to consider forming a true fire commission that is not just the 5 of us to work on these ideas and bring us recommendations. That's what a lot of the other counties have done, that are revamping their funding mechanisms. And that's really the hot topic in county commissioner world in our area right now. So I'd like for you all to just be thinking about that possibility.
Quick question about when you saw things Johnston County or wherever, and we're saying not going backwards, but keeping in mind we're not going backward, but does that mechanism give us something so you don't have basically 2 tiers, and you've got 2 tiers, and then you've got obviously tiers within the other tiers if you wanted to break it down. So how does that model, just in a nutshell, does that address like certain metrics to come up with the funding?
So they have metrics that they play into their funding. They also have formulas that they use. The individual departments that were getting a higher tier still got a higher tier. So the lower tiered ones came up, but there was still that gap.
The Johnston County formula is pretty complicated. I don't know that ours have to be that complicated. Brian and I looked at it. It has a lot of information that they include that in our district can change, especially call volumes and things like that. That can change so much. So if you base it too much on that, you're going to be ever changing. But I think our formula could be a little less complicated than theirs is.
But it can address something where you've got as big a gap between the second tier top people and the lowest part of the
Yeah.
second tier versus the first.
Yeah.
That kind of gap. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not directly asking this, but it didn't level it out.
Yeah.
You still had a difference.
Didn't level it out, but I mean, I think the reality of it is we got to look at some type of base, but in and of itself is this base from one department to another one on kind of on the other end of the spectrum is the same, actually inherently fair there too.
Anyone else have any input on that? Anything else, Brian?
Well, really, we're at the point of the meeting today where we kind of open the floor. Before we do that, I would like to take a minute to thank all the folks that helped put this meeting together. Karen, Robin, Cindy, all our department directors. Moving into this idea of having each one of them present, we started in first part of December, and we kind of asked them to get us their presentations by last week, and everybody was able to do that. I think it's come together quite well. Probably some feedback that we could tweak a couple things if we decide to do this format going forward. But I think, ultimately you had an opportunity to hear and to ask a lot of questions from our folks. I'm sure there'll be more questions between now and the end of the process, but, we still have to factor in the revenue side of the equation in both the general fund and the utility fund. I got at least 2 pieces of homework. I got 5 years of fourth quarter spending and 5 years of travel and tourism funding. So is there anything else, I guess this could be part of our open discussion too, but is there anything else from a standpoint of information that you all would like for us to pull?
Well, I have 3 pages of notes that I'll have to muddle back through. I know all of us have some notes, and I think we can get them to Brian, and you can just send the answers to everybody if that's okay with everybody. Okay.
Really, at this point, floor is y'all's.
Well, I know we have some people that have somewhere they need to be, so unless you all have anything else, we can just do our closing comments, and that way we can just put our thoughts together in that, if that's okay with the rest of the board. Richard, you want to go first?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's worked so hard on what we've got here in front of us now. You're the ones that keep it running, and you're the ones that we work for as well. And I do have some questions that I'll ask later on, but for now, I think I've got enough to digest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't mind. Yes, I'll echo what Richard said. Thanks, everybody, for putting this meeting together. Obviously, when the dollars start coming in, we're going to have more questions. I will tell you this. I made it very clear to Mr. Barnett and others. Reevaluation hit the taxpayers of Davie County extremely hard. A lot of taxpayers in Davie County. Some it didn't. But the dollars are significant. So we have to look at those, not the top and bottom end. I'm not going to, as one vote, support anything that's going to increase taxes further on citizens of Davie County. As a matter of fact, I believe in this budget cycle, depending on how we follow Robin and look at the potential for putting money in fund balance, that money should be given back to the people in some way, shape, or form. By rolling back taxes, we certainly, I think, have to take a close look at spending. I don't believe we can increase. If you look at the cycle of spending over the last 5 or 6 years, it has been significant. And so I just say that to say, as one person, I'm going to pay a close attention to spending, and secondly, to the possibility of rolling back taxes to help the citizens of Davie County that were hit hard in reval. So, and of course, that would be all the citizens of Davie County. But I do appreciate all y'all do. I just feel like I want to be up front with you as we go into this budget, exactly kind of what I'm going to be looking at as an individual commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioner Reniger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate all the work that went into this, a lot of work. Lots of needs, obviously. We've just got to prioritize those, and it's incumbent on us to make the most of what we got. But we got some big ticket items, but I don't know that kicking the can, which is in essence what we would be doing on a couple of these things, would make sense. But I definitely agree with Commissioner Jones. I will not be supporting any tax increase for any of this, because we should be able to make it on what we have, I think, at this point. So, but with that, we'll appreciate the work, and we'll look forward to keep chipping away at it. So thank you.
Commissioner Schaaf?
Thank everybody for all the hard work. Very good information. That was extremely informative when you did that breakdown of what it actually costs for the fire departments in reference to whatever that was added in to make them become full, or whatever you want to use, whole, whatever the term is. I'm going to echo what Terry said, or Commissioner Reniger, about we need to take a close look before we kick cans any further. But let me take that and say that first and foremost, I want to make sure we take care of the employees. So I don't want this mismessaged in any way. We're not trying to talk about cutting the cost of living, doing any of that stuff for the expense of doing anything. But what I would say is, I want every effort possibly made to trim away things that we truly don't have to have right now, so we can first take care of the employees, and second, look at other projects that might need to be done. And thirdly, tied into what Commissioner Jones said, is that if we've missed the boat on how close we were to revenue neutrality, look at that. And worst case scenario, I want to be able to go out and tell a citizen that, okay, there was X amount now that we can say above revenue neutral, but at least that's accreting to fund balance in a way that can help pay for a major project, not to be spent on additional projects and additional wants and so forth. Thank you.
Thank y'all very much. I concur with everyone. This workshop was very well put together. Thank you for all your work. It moved along smoothly. I absolutely think this is the year that we cinch our belt a little tighter, just like our citizens are having to do. There's been a lot of mention of the increase in cost of supplies and products, and so all of our citizens are incurring that cost of living increases. So we need to do our best to make sure that we're spending their money in the best way possible, cutting out any kind of fluff. I know we have a lot of wants, but we need to cut it down to our needs, and but yet take care of our employees, but most of all make sure that we are supplying all the essentials that our citizens need and deserve. And I think that we can make that happen. But if you all have any questions, I would ask if you get them to the staff as quickly as possible so they can be working on them so that they can get all that information back to us. And because I'm sure as we go, we'll have even more questions, and that way we won't bombard them. Because sometimes I bombard them all by myself. So, but if anybody has anything else, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Schoaf, Commissioner Poindexter, all in favor? All right. Thank you all very much. Be safe this weekend.